Hey Tony. Yes, I watched Seth too, and I'm so glad that you are watching. Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, I just watched Seth. It was hard to watch. It was very hard to watch. It was a lot like his birthday live that he did for Sebastian on the day before his birthday, and yeah, it wasn't easy to watch. Um, but I'm glad that he got up there, and I'm glad that he kept the focus on Sebastian because that is who really matters. And so I thought it was a great live. I thought everybody that came up did a wonderful job. Um, and yeah, it was full of hope. Which I got a little hope back here on my blanket. Um, because I think that's the biggest takeaway is that we need to still have hope, especially if, hi Minnie, how are you? How are you, my love? Um, yeah, we still have to have that. And it's a good time of the year to have that. Christmas time is a very hopeful time full of faith and good things. So, yes. Yes. I did upload some more videos for us to watch of the Elevated Truth podcast live. And then I skipped over to when Chris is talking. So I really haven't listened to that part. So I'll be watching it along with you all. And I'm sure it's not the first time some of you have seen it. Maybe it is. But just some of the things the panelists were on. I think there were 6 people total at one point, and so we're gonna start watching those videos, um, and I'm trying to think of what else we have for tonight. I think we're just gonna go over those and then maybe just talk about Seth's live at the end. I think that'll end on a more positive note. So that'll be really good. But I'm going to go ahead and start these clips because I have a bunch of them. It was a really long live. It was like 4 hours long. So I cut out some stuff in the middle. It might be helpful for me to go back and go through it and pull out some interesting pieces, especially since these are people that do talk with CP and KP and all day long. My head's still spinning, Minnie. I know. That's the thing. Like, it's hard to when I was doing the editing, or when I do the editing, I really have to listen closely, which I do like that because it's important to listen closely. But also it's like it's very daunting because it's not fun by any means to listen to um just all the complaining and whining, and that's why I put a silly picture up there with the Wham burger and some French fries because I feel like they're whining about everything, and who's really important is Sebastian. We need to focus on him and finding him, and yeah, it just makes me have more questions as well, and it's really difficult because it seems like the little parts that I did listen to, which because I was just piecing the clips together. It just seemed like it was going round and round in circles, and then talking a lot about, again, bashing him, bashing Katie. To me, I don't really feel sorry. I don't want anybody to get harassed and bullied or anything like that. I don't think that's fair. But in the same way, I don't know, that would be the least of my worries, I think, if I was in a position where, or if I was in the same position. So it's just, I wish they would be a little bit more straightforward. I thought maybe there would be times like that, but like I said, I haven't been able to really listen to it, so I can't say too much commentary on it. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and watch it here. And I numbered them this time, guys. I was a lot more organized with this. I'm getting better and better as I go. But here's the first clip, and this is just again, just kind of going back to because we didn't finish up basically the panel before everyone hopped on. So it's still going to be Clue and then QB and the host, who is Elevated Truth Podcast. Okay, let's watch.
I mean, I can't tell her what she does and doesn't believe. I don't believe that, but if she believes that, that's her belief. I just think that it's odd that we've run down all of these roads of nonsense, but we're not looking at what's in front of us. Let's rule that out then. Let's
I
rule that
only say
option
that
out.
because of a message that was, if I'm not mistaken, you were a part of, where the person said they came and they left. Now, if she's lying, then I don't know what to believe, but I'm just saying.
But there's my point.
If that woman is lying, then okay. But am I going to take what the woman said and go with it? Sure.
I think the point of this is that people are picking and choosing who they want to believe, when what we should be doing is looking at exactly what we have, right? It's that simple. If law enforcement hasn't given us anything, not a possibility, not anything, what do you think that should lead us to believe? Not everybody at once now.
Well, I think it's really odd that they got their electronics back and Seth hasn't yet.
I agree with that.
Let me ask you a question.
Think it's really...
Have we seen proof that they got their electronics back?
Yes.
Or are we just going off what they said?
Yes.
You say, and that included Sebastian's electronics.
Yes.
And didn't Seth say that he could get the electronics back, but he had to go down there to get them?
I don't remember it.
I don't recall that either.
I don't remember hearing that. I remember him
saying
that.
Let me check with the chat real quick, because I'm pretty sure 2 months ago or so, it was something said that he had to go down there and get them.
I heard him say he wants his stuff back.
Yeah.
He wants Sebastian's stuff back so he can put his room back how it was when he comes home. He wants it back to be the way it was.
Hold on. Body moving said yes. Other people were saying no.
Thank you. Somebody said that was the gun in Cali. I do remember hearing that they said he could have his gun back, but he had to come and get it.
He could have his gun back, but he had to go get it himself. Yeah.
I'm not talking about that, guys.
I know, but I personally don't ever remember Seth saying that about the electronics.
What can you guys? I was gonna say what live stream and timestamp do y'all know where it's at, or can one of y'all find it?
Out of the 800 hours. You know what I mean?
A whole list of them. We've been going through them. Some of them are privated, though. I will say that.
Yeah, because he did say, he said something. I don't know, something about Sebastian's and his electronics being wiped.
No, well, Sebastian's, was it the PlayStation wouldn't work or something after he got it back?
What, it was Sebastian's. It was Sebastian's PlayStation. But he got it back.
Said it was already broke.
Hold on.
It didn't work, and he couldn't watch TV, so
yeah,
offered to give him the one that he had.
So Body Moving said she was saying yes to the Proudfoots getting their electronics back.
Right.
Not Seth. Not Seth saying that.
Yeah, I don't think Seth ever got Sebastian's electronics back. He was still bitching about it.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So about the electronics, I remember Seth saying, well, he and Tony went on either it was one of the Nashville syndicates. Either way, it was a mainstream media news channel, and they were complaining about the fact, and it was after one of the rides. It was like their first big ride that they did with the motorcycles, and they were talking about how Seth has not been able to put Sebastian's room back. He hasn't gotten his electronics back. And I do remember shortly after that him saying that he did get them back. So I'm not sure what really they're talking about. I really don't remember. I think I remember something about him getting his gun back, but a lot of people have guns. I mean, or a lot of people have firearms, I should say. I think I'm not allowed to say that, and I don't like to say pew pew. So, hi Sandy, how are you? How are you? Yeah, no, I understand completely, Sandy. I know. I'm gonna try to not stay up too late because I'd like to come live tomorrow. I'm gonna try to go live a couple times this week, and hope, and maybe even like on Christmas. I have a cool little like angry kitty sweater that I wear on Christmas, so it's really cute. I want to show it to you guys. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful, Sandy. Don't ever put makeup on and then watch Seth on his live because you're gonna cry all your makeup off. And so yeah, he did a really good job. I don't think that I could be that strong. I don't think I could be that reserved. Um, and then also, with everything that came out and everything, he really kept it on Sebastian. So I thought that was really a strong move on his part. And yeah, I think it was a really good live. Everybody was awesome that came on panel. Jennifer Coffindoffer was on. Let's see, we had Josh from the lab, and Bullhorn Betty came on. Brittany J was on. And then I saw Terry Lynn and Smiley in the chat, and I chatted. I put it in the chat. I was like, "Hey, Smiley and Terry Lynn, thank you guys too for everything that you guys do." And then I didn't press send in time because I was working on this and I was listening. So my one phone I was listening on there and then working too. So, um, but yeah, that was cool when Josh came on. That is so sweet because they've been talking for quite a while. Like I think from the beginning, that has been one of his buddies, or you know what I mean, somebody that he talked to, and that's really great because we all need that, especially because Seth was, and is a single father, so he definitely needs people in his corner, and that's important. He deserves it too because he's really working hard. Um, but yeah, either way, I do believe that like Seth got his electronics back. He just didn't get them back very quickly. And who knows? It seems like they're not really on top of things in Sumner County. So it might have been a fact that they just didn't give it back yet because it's just been sitting in the evidence locker because they do that kind of stuff in small towns. And I'm not trying to be rude to the police or anything like that. Because I do respect the police and I'm grateful for them. But in the same regard, I also feel like they might have just forgot, and maybe that's why he didn't get it back. I think people were making it bigger than what it is. Honestly, it takes a while to get data off of those devices. Like it takes a minute to get all of the information that they need. But I know that their phones were all looked at and then given back. So, um, you just never know. I think it's kind of like one of those things where it's just like I'm kind of sick and tired of hearing about it. And there's a couple of other things that are coming up in the live too that is just kind of like, really, again, we're going to talk about this again. It kind of gets to the point of ridiculousness. But let's just watch the next clip here.
Here's the thing. Either way, it's obvious to me, based on the explanation that we have, that yeah, I understand body moving. It's my understanding that the way Seth explains it is he was being treated like a suspect on day one, just by his explanation, right? Flipped over the room, tore his house up, blah, blah, blah.
But and see, normally they don't treat sheriffs like that. Normally they don't treat a guard like that. They're not going to just, you know what I'm saying? They usually have respect for their brothers in blue. You see what I mean?
What
They normally don't just go in and flip the motherfucker's house. That's odd to me.
He's
Unless
not.
I mean, he's not a cop.
He's not a
guard.
No, but it's different. See, here's the thing that I've tried to explain through this whole case. I was born and raised in Nashville, Tennessee. The Davidson County Sheriff's Department is the only sheriff's department in the United States that is not legal law enforcement.
Correct.
They have law enforcement abilities over prisoners only, not civilians.
They can serve papers.
That's it. They are only law enforcement over prisoners. They don't have.
Well, no, right, I'm still saying they're still a part of the blue. You know what I'm saying? They still back the blue. They still don't. You know what I'm saying?
They don't recognize them as that there though.
Okay.
They're not. They're recognized.
They do here. The COs and the police are like bucked up brothers. You know what I'm saying? They don't.
Well, that's because they're actually law enforcement everywhere else except for here. They're not actually law enforcement. Okay. So they're not really a part. They're just like a regular beat cop. Honestly, probably looks at that like a glorified babysitter. I'm not being mean or disparaging.
Right.
I'm just saying that's like they know they're not like post certified. They can't arrest people. So to them, they're not like a cop. You know what I mean?
Right. And listen, my reasoning for this live was strictly to say what I've said, obviously, and to reinforce the fact that this web that you weave, right, can sometimes encapsulate your own ass. So when you're behind the scenes playing these games, you're eventually going to have other creators start talking to each other, right? And you start realizing the games that are being played. Some people are okay with those games. And some people want to tell you to go fuck yourself when it comes to those games. Because if it was truly about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, there would be no need for games.
Again, guys, sorry about the language.
It's my opinion. You know, it's, and then here's the crazy thing, right? Everything I'm saying is going to be broken apart by somebody, right? And that's fine. But I'm speaking off of having private conversations with Chris and Katie, right? Not one, not two, not three, not four, extensively, right? My experiences with having conversations with them and being smart enough not to have conversations with any of them by myself, right? Now, I will say this much about Chris and Katie.
No, Sandy, that was me.
They both answered my questions, Chris especially. And I'll give Chris full, what do you call it, credit for answering any question that I had and was always respectful with me during those questionings, right? Or those questions. But in my opinion, the reason why Katie's not talking is because Katie can't keep her words straight. I said what I said, and I stand on what I said.
Okay, guys. So, yeah, I really think, yeah, Sandy, that was me. That was me. I forgot to put a disclaimer. I know I'll tell you, I do cuss like a sailor in real life, but I try not to do it on here because like I don't know who's listening, if there's little kids and whatnot. So that's so funny though. No, I usually put a disclaimer in. Hey Lisa, welcome in everyone. Welcome everybody that's coming in, and Panda Bear's mom, Laura. And your dog Silas looks just like a little panda bear. Oh my gosh, he is a little doll. He's so cute, and his little tie. I just love it. I love seeing everybody's dogs dressed up. It's like so hilarious and cute to me. And I think it's cute when cats get dressed up, even though I think they resent it. So, hey Donna, nice to see you. So Let's see here. I said the same thing about them backing the blue. Like, I guess I didn't understand why they weren't a little bit more. I mean, I'm not saying that they should give each other special treatment. I think that sounds kind of bad if I say um, that they should give. I'm sorry to put that on the flyer back there. But special treatment or anything. But usually you think that the police officers do kind of do that, and they're a little bit nicer than they would be to like a civilian. Um, but I guess from what Elevated Truth was explaining, which I appreciate him explaining that because I didn't know that. But in that area in Davidson County, they're not looked at like, typical law enforcement. They can, they oversee the prisoners and things like that, which is really dangerous because those are people that are in there, and they're in there for a reason. So I think it's more dangerous than just dealing with people on the street every day, because those people are in there for a reason. So I don't know. We can argue that all day long. Um, but either way, I do think that it was an opportunity to disparage Seth, and it was taken not on Elevated Truth, but on Cluminante, just kind of saying. That he's a glorified babysitter. I don't believe that because I've watched shows um, where like they were correctional officers. It was their rookie year. I think it was called like rookie year or something like that. But either way, it was like all gangbangers in there, and those guys were scary. I mean, they were like tatted up, completely tatted up, and just yeah, just some scary guys. So um and then I thought it was interesting because Elevated Truth has spoken with Katie himself, he said, and later on, Chris will vouch for that. And he said that Katie can't keep her story straight. And I thought that was really interesting because, I mean, obviously, we all know that. I think a lot of people that watch me, we all kind of have recognized that. But I thought it was pretty gutsy and good on him for telling the truth about his experience, because I think a lot of times people just to get them on panel or just to keep them talking to them, they have really done a lot of butt smooching. They've smooched a lot of butts, and to me, I just can't see doing that to people that are. I mean, obviously, Chris can get pretty rude, so I mean, to me, I probably wouldn't have been that good. I might have just been a little bit um, more brash or to the point with him. Um, but let's go on to the next clip.
Man, I've never heard a panel so quiet.
I mean,
Well, I was looking at this, the landfill search. It was done the 7th to the 9th. And so it was done on the 9th. They were done, and you know what I mean, kind of walked away from it there at that point. But see, I covered the Quentin Simon case, and it took months. It took like 6 weeks to find him.
yeah, they were in that bitch for over a month. Every
Right?
day,
They were digging every single day.
sun up to sundown.
Granny's watching. I dropped you a link if you want to come up.
Yeah, come up, put some input in on this real quick, because I know you right here with us.
I'm just tired of it, guys. I'm tired of it.
Like I said, well, I mean, if there's games being played, I really would like to know what the fuck's going on. Y'all talked to him way more than I did, more extensively than I did. So, listen to that dog snore. Sorry, y'all. I try to
Is that
stay.
what that was? Why didn't you eat a gummy?
I'm out of them.
You don't have a store?
Which, don't get me wrong, I wondered why the fuck they haven't came out and said anything. But I mean, I thought it was the best that they didn't. To be honest with you, everything Seth says it gets picked apart. Everything Katie says and Chris gets picked apart.
It should. It should. Why shouldn't it? Why shouldn't everything that Katie says get picked apart when she's the last person known to be with Sebastian? We're just going to give her
hasn't it? I
Huh?
wouldn't want to come out and speak to these folks. I mean, shit. She's talked
Well,
with
I'm not
me.
listen, here's the thing. You can't use that argument and then go take information to YouTubers and have them push it.
Well, but who are they? Are they giving you information to push? I mean, what?
They
Who's
have.
who
They've
are they?
tried to, and that was
Oh no,
arguments.
shit.
And
Okay.
that was argument. You want me to be real? Let's be real. Of
Yeah,
course
no,
they
I
have.
really do because they didn't ask me to push a motherfucking thing. I mean, I
No, see,
said on
here's what it is
Instagram they
though,
were asking me
Queen.
one time.
Here's the thing, Queen. They don't have to directly ask you. They drop little hints. Hey, did you know this? Well, so and so told me that I know for a fact this is what they do because you're a YouTuber and a content creator. They know that if they say something that piques your interest, you're going to write it down and talk about it. They don't have to just come out and tell you the
Well,
tea.
see, that's the thing, though. I didn't talk to him that much. Like, I mean, I didn't. There were our conversations are not that they're not in depth conversations like that. Maybe they are with y'all. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys had more conversations with them than I did.
I'll tell you this. The 3-hour conversation between Katie and Chris is 100% believable.
I would agree with that.
Yep.
I second
Yep.
that.
1,000,000% believable because all of their phone calls are a minimum of 3 fucking hours. Yes, but body moving, you can. I just dropped the link again.
I thought you gave Granny a link.
I did. She didn't
Well,
get
the
it.
first one you laid down didn't work for me. It kept saying 404, link not accepted. And I'm like, what the fuck?
You might have to email it to her. I don't know what it is. It worked for Clue, and then
You
it
know,
Yeah, I
I
was
worked.
gonna say it
tried.
worked for her, but then when somebody copied it and sent it to me, it worked fine. So I'm
Well,
not
that's
sure.
what I was going to say. It tried to do that 404 to me. I saw the screen come up, but then all of a sudden it worked. It's StreamYard, man. This app is shit.
Yeah, it really is.
Let me see. I don't know if I have Granny's email or not.
So you think the 3-hour phone call was for like
Yeah,
an
I do.
alibi to say that they were?
No, I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in phone calls that I've been on, 3 hours is not crazy.
They normally do talk like that. Okay.
Well, they talk to me like that.
Ah,
Like when Chris is at work and he's up in that crane, he has no problem talking to you for hours. That's not a bad thing. That's not a diss. But like that's not a crazy thought. So when people say there's no way, absolutely.
Okay, guys. So I hate to state the obvious, but I really think that maybe that's what they're doing and not searching is just talking to creators for like hours on end. Because obviously KP and CP are talkers, and he said a minimum of 3 hours for phone calls with them, even like when Chris is at work. So I thought that was interesting. Um, hey, all things serious, nice to see you. Island, nice to see you. Freebird, hey, good to see you. And Freebird says, "Evening, everyone. If they are on a call for 3 hours, how do they know where? Excuse me. How do they know we're on 3 hours? How do they know they were on for 3 hours? Okay, because the phone connection, you can't put the phone down and drive an hour and a half away and back. That's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. Um, and I know people were saying that that sounds like a long time, but I was thinking maybe if because he was working out of town, that maybe they were on the phone quite a bit, or like if DFS did in fact, because that is alleged. I haven't seen any proof of it, but um, it's been alleged that he had to leave the house. Hey, Justice Jane, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Um, and Gracie, nice to see you. So if they did in fact, if they were in fact on the phone for that amount of time, um, maybe that's not something that's out of the ordinary. I think is what he was getting at. However, I think that's a really, really long time to be on the phone. And then also, it just seemed like a very strange part in their story where they were getting caught up and changing things around too. Um, Especially when it came to like Katie. No, you're not like Gracie. You're just on time. You're a wizard. You arrive precisely when you mean to. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's actually, I think it is a possibility that they were on the phone that long. What they were talking about, or were they trying to build an alibi? That's very possible too. So I think that both are possible. Um, but yeah, I was more interested in the fact that they're not really spending the time that they have looking and searching. They're trying to push a narrative, and um, Truth says that he was asking them to do that kind of in a more subtle way, like dropping hints to them, saying, you know, basically that we're YouTubers, and if we're interviewing them and they say something to us or give us a little nugget, we're probably going to go and run with it and talk about it later and things like that. Which is understandable, but I would think that, I mean, if I was talking to the parents, I would try to build a good relationship with them and rapport, and I would ask them before I would ever drop anything. But maybe they were dropping hints in a subtle way, like he said. I mean, it's believable. I believe him over the feet. And then Minnie says TBF, if it was a controlling relationship, there would be a possibility they would be on the phone that long. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So like if he's trying to monopolize all of her time because he's away, or vice versa, because I know that works both ways. Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to monopolize somebody's time. That is absolutely a sign of toxicity and abuse sometimes, if somebody's like constantly doing that. And Freebird says you can just put the phone down and go shopping. It's a freak, or that freak alibi. It's a weak alibi. Yeah, absolutely. It is a very weak alibi, but I think that's kind of what they may have done too. They may have had their phones running. That there's a really good possibility of that, in my opinion, that they could have had the phones running as if they were on the phone, but they really weren't on the phone, kind of a thing. So just to just kind of build that alibi and be like, see, we were on the phone for this long, nothing to see here. Because according to Chris, the police did check up on both of, their whereabouts and the phone time and all of that. Um, so 3 hours, Justice Jane says 3 hours is a long time to be on the phone. I agree. I'm not usually on the phone for that long of a period of time. I guess it depends on what you're talking about. If you're interested, I mean, typically in a relationship, it seems like if you're on the phone, like at first with somebody, maybe a little bit longer, because you're getting to know each other, and that's going to take a little bit of time. So or you probably enjoy getting to know things about them that you don't. But if you've been with them for quite a while, which they've been together for like 6 or 7 years roughly, I mean, they know a lot about each other at this point. So but again, he was working over the road. So and then also, Truth says that they're talkers. So some people like to talk. I'm a talker too, but I don't. I don't necessarily stay on the phone for. I mean, 3 hours is long. It is. It's a long time. Absolutely. And Minnie says, or who you're talking to. Yes. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that is true. It depends. Like if you're talking to an old friend you haven't talked to in a while, yeah, maybe you'll talk to them for 3 hours. If you're going over a case or something like that, like I've talked to, people over the phone for hours just going over a case. So I can see that happening. I can see that, depending on who you're talking to, what you're talking about. But in a relationship that you've been in for 6 or 7 years, it tends to fizzle out a little bit because, but then again, he wasn't coming home every day. So, but even so, I would think, especially in a long distance type of a situation, it might, make it so you don't talk as much because you're kind of doing your own thing. So. All right, guys, let's watch the second, or this, what are we on? The fourth part. Sorry, fourth part.
I'm going to ask that everybody that's up here be honest. Because if you're going to be
Let
up here
me
while
just drop that.
right. Well, I'm just saying because I know what some of y'all know, right? So if you're going to be up here, please don't put me or you in a position to have to say that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Because like
Mm-hmm.
that's not what this is about. I don't want to be put in that position. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Cool. Cool.
I'm
Ladies,
sorry.
go.
What did you say?
Shut up, Blue.
I'm not being dead ass. I was getting some fudge. I was gonna say a biscuit. Never mind. I'm good.
All right.
So I've always been the kind of person that doesn't ever want to talk to like family members of victim because it can like totally sway your opinion on what's actually happening.
Yep.
And this case proves why that theory is the way you need to be, right? So there was an
Yeah.
incident. Remember when Terry Lynn found those pants?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay. And then do you remember when like barbecue and I was in the box too and Clue and Jay were on TikTok and we were informed that those were Sebastian's pants and that people think that Terry Lynn planted those pants, right?
Well, it's not that people think it.
They were
It was
told.
there were text messages
Yes.
that yeah.
Okay, so that scenario right there and there really made me sus of the Proudfoots because they absolutely are pushing a narrative that somehow somebody planted pants, right? Absolutely planted these pants. And I mean, it's almost like a look over there type of situation. And it really, really pissed me off. I was really taken aback that night. I was on panel and I had to get the fuck down. I was like, I'm not going to be up here for this. I'm not going to be pushing an agenda for anybody.
Wait, how did the pants go back to the Proudfoots?
Because my understanding is they're the ones who told everyone those were Sebastian's pants.
Oh, that wasn't
Well,
my
that's
understanding.
and I will say this is Queen and I were talking about this yesterday on her panel. How
Yep.
Nick came out and basically accused her of doing it too.
Of Terry Lynn.
Right.
I was in that conversation too,
Yep.
girl. Don't forget
Yep.
me.
Well, because you have
But
to
oh yeah,
remember
I forgot you came up there, Granny. That was my bad.
But what does
because
that
you
have
have
to do with the Proudfoots? Sorry, Truth.
no, you're good. You're good. But remember
Because
that
they're the ones who told everybody it was Sebastian's pants.
Oh,
But
see,
why
And
I
did
I
didn't
don't
hear
think
it
it's
Sebastian
from
do
true.
her.
I don't think it's true. What I'm trying to say is the pants thing, those aren't Sebastian's. But I think the
I
Right.
Proudfoots are
disagree.
saying it's Sebastian's.
I disagree with you, Bonnie.
Do
See,
you? Okay.
I didn't hear from the Proudfoots it was Sebastian. It was Terry Lynn.
I did.
Oh,
I
well,
did.
I heard it through Terry Lynn, and it
I
was
did. I
confirmation
heard
via
that they were
Seth.
Sebastian's pants, but they were a size too small that he had grown out of it. Now
Yep,
y'all
that's
want
exactly
honest
what I heard
Hold
too.
communication.
on, hold
Now,
on,
was
because
that the
that is
bag
the
of clothes
same.
that Katie was donating to the Goodwill 2 weeks after Sebastian disappeared? Let's talk about that. Because that's where those pants came from,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
Okay, guys. So yeah, Minnie. She also put green bows. So the only thing I'm just gonna say this. Bottom line, Terry Lynn did not plant those pants. Okay, she didn't plant the pants. I'm so sick of hearing it. Like honestly, I just want to scream into the microphone. I don't want to hurt you guys' ears, but she didn't plant the pants. Okay, nothing. There is no proof of it either. So she didn't plant the pants. The only thing that she planted was signs, yard signs for Sebastian, and she planted them everywhere. And then she went back and she put bows on them. And then she was checking after them to make sure no one took them down. She didn't plant the pants. Okay? Um, yeah, but that's the subject of these next couple clips. Yeah, it is ludicrous, Sandy. It's ridiculous. And they just they never stop. They never say, in my opinion, they keep bringing up the same ass shit over and over again, and it just gets so old. Um, and then then they're talking about that the Proud Feet said that the pants were Sebastian's, but they were older, and that KP donated some clothes to the Goodwill. I remember when she donated clothes to the Goodwill, and I was wondering why she did that. I mean, to me, I would want to keep his clothes. That's just my opinion. Sebastian's clothes. Hey, Joe. Freebird says, does that granny chick have it in for TL or what? I don't know. I don't know. It's like, it's just, they're always trying to push the narrative onto, they have to talk smack about everybody. You know what I mean? Is really what it comes down to, in my opinion. They have to talk smack about everybody. Instead of really looking at the facts and meat and potatoes of the case, they would rather go back to Terry Lynn planning these stupid pants. She didn't do it. So it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I think it's more or less that they have to talk smack than maybe a beef with her, because she's the nicest person. She's a good person, and she's done a lot. She's searched for Sebastian since pretty much the very beginning. They were telling people not to search, but then she started getting out there. She searched with Seth. But go watch her videos, guys. Go watch Terry Lynn's videos. Terry Lynn did not. Thank you. Thank you. For the record, for the millionth time ever. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. I just, it drives me bananas. um, but yeah, so now they're going to speculate. And again, these are people's opinions. I get that. But like Sandy said, they're not saying in my opinion. They're not saying allegedly. They're kind of saying allegedly more in like a joking manner, which I've done myself. But I'll say, allegedly, wink, wink, because we do have to say that. It is all alleged. Nobody has been convicted of anything here. No one has been charged with anything here. So I do want to make that clear. But in the same way, it's ridiculous. I've watched them drag my friend through the mud, and I don't like that at all. And Freebird says, I never watched NY. Oh, okay, sorry. I never watched any of those weird channels. I recently subbed to TL because of you guys. Yeah, that's awesome. The little lot lizards have the best chat, really. I think everybody's very kind, and we talk about a lot of different issues. Oh, all things serious. I do panels. Yes, I do. I've been on Terry Lynn's panel before, and then I have people up on my panel too. So, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I wrote that on the side over here, and I didn't get around to it, but then I saw your name, which made me think of it. So yeah, I mean, thank you, Freebird. I'm so bad. You know what it is? If it's a really long message, I'm like squinting because I said earlier, I need to get my eyes checked again so I can renew my glasses, because I do wear glasses and contact lenses. And All Things Serious says there are so many disgusting TC creators right now, and it's sad. Yeah, I believe that. You know what's funny is that I never used to watch anybody like this until now. I've met and started subscribing, or have subscribed to some really great channels since I've started diving into Sebastian's case. And so, I mean, I have to take the good with the bad. I'm very grateful. I wouldn't trade, all the bad ones for the good people that I know now, and all of you good people too. And so, I try not to focus on them too much. But again, whenever we're relying on different sources to get an interview from one of the parents in the mix here, in this case, the stepdad, stepfoot. Um, yeah, I mean, we have no choice, but it's like, it puts me in a really negative mood. But I also know that there might be some kind of little bits and pieces in there that we can find that will help us understand something better, or that we can make a connection with. Because, as we were talking about a few lives back, when somebody's really angry, a lot of things can come out, right? That typically wouldn't, because they don't give a crap at the time. They're mad. They're just, things are flying out of their mouths. They might be saying things they don't necessarily mean, but also there's some truth that is coming out. So that's what I always hope for. And then I always hope for Katie to come on and just be real with us. And I mean, I'm glad I wasn't holding my breath because I don't think I would still be alive at this point. um, you know, and Panda Bear's mom said I only sub to channels that listen to facts only. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important. Like I've always liked, like the Stephanie Harlow. I started watching her, and then she's teamed up with Derek Levasseur, and then I started watching his show. So I used to watch those guys. I used to watch. I mean, I still do watch, but the problem is when I'm creating my own things and things like that, it's harder for me to watch everybody. But I do watch other creators that talk about Sebastian Rogers because it's important to me, because I understand that a lot of them do speak with the parents. Like I like watching Justin because of that, because I know that he has some inside information, which is good. So and he's one of the ones that I'm glad I found. And Terry Lynn's another one of them. I loved watching her search for Sebastian. She's motivated me, and she's also inspired me. And then like with the flyers and things like that. Seth was saying at least 10 flyers in our own area. And I think that's a great idea. I told him I'll do 20, and you'd be surprised too, because whenever I had the flyers printed out, the gal gave them to me at cost. So they can be very, very affordable to print out. And then also people are really kind and they see what you're doing and they want to help too. And so that's just the beauty of doing something nice. But I think that was a really sweet thing to ask for. And, I'd like to see everybody do it. I think that'd be great. And Joe says, I'm not going to hold my breath for that. Me neither. Me neither. It's like, good Lord, if we were, we'd probably pass out, if anything. But yeah, I just want her to be real. So I'm waiting for her to come out and be real with us and just be like, hey, this is what happened, or even just come out and be like, hey, Sebastian, if you're out there listening, like what Seth did today. I know that was not easy for him. It wasn't easy to watch. It wasn't easy for anything. And I know for a fact that like a lot of lot lizards have done that, have put out flyers, have searched. A lot of people in general have done that because people love Sebastian. That is one thing. Like tonight, that was a really common theme that they were talking about, is just people loving Sebastian, and everybody does. Everybody that I've talked to about him, oh my gosh, he's so cute. Wait, and then they just be so enamored with what I was saying, and I was really surprised because, sometimes people don't like to hear about true crime, but in the same way, they saw his little face and they were like, what happened? Wait a minute, he's been missing. And so it's very sweet to watch people's reaction that way, because there's so many people that love him. And All Things Serious says, I don't have TC channel. I do mental health, but I am involved in the TC community. Oh, okay. Awesome. Awesome. And Gracie says, I print up my own flyers. Yeah. I mean, especially if you have a printer, that's awesome. I have a printer, but I found it and I don't think it's like, I think it's obsolete by now. It's like, it's not old. I should say it's old, but it still works, but I don't know. I just went up to it was the UPS store, and she printed a bunch for me, which was really nice, and did it at cost, and then gave me that one that I have back there for free. Um, Donna L says, "Did you watch Seth's live tonight? They didn't even talk." Or they didn't even thank Terry Lynn. I was so upset. Yeah, Donna. So I wrote that in the chat. I was gonna write it and it wouldn't let me put it through until like I had like 2 minutes and 30 seconds or whatever that I had to wait, because they had like that a couple thousand in the chat. And so I typed it out again and I had it in there and I was gonna send it. Well, I was waiting for it to be 2 minutes and I got busy with something else and then I didn't send it. But I agree. I don't know why they leave her out. I don't think it's right. And you know, shame on Tony. We'll blame it on Tony. How's that? Oh God, hopefully I don't get any shit for that. But either way, I mean, like I said, she's my friend, so and I know what she does. I know what she has done. And so yeah, I thought the same thing. I know all the lot lizards felt like that. You know what I mean? I put a lizard up there. Um yeah, I know Gracie's got it. Gracie's got everybody's back. She's awesome. Yeah, no thanks to Terry at all. And you know what? Oh, good point. Narc divers too, right? What about Mob Crew? He did a great job. Like, there's so many. That's the thing. It's like focus on the good, not the bad. You know. But also, yeah, I don't understand that at all. I don't know what the deal is there, but I thought that it was important to include Terry Lynn because, like, I've seen the things that she's done. We all have. But you know what though? Terry's so strong, dude. She's strong as nails. She she's gonna be all right. She knows we love her. And TL was there in the chat and at the beginning. Yeah, I know. That's why I saw her in there. It was flying low. I was flying. I had it on my other phone. I had it propped up over here. I was doing this stuff. I was getting things ready, and so I was like, all over the place. But I'm not happy at all. Oh, how you were treated? Oh no. Oh, good Lord. You know what, girl? I couldn't even see like half the crap that was going on. And I even said I'm in the bushes, but just to let you guys know I'm here, but you know, either way, I didn't see much. I think the live before last, I said something about like how Terry Lynn didn't plant the pants or something, and they put me in a timeout chair. So it happens, you know what I mean? I'm like, I sat over there with my crayon and my juice box, and served my time. Donna, it was well worth it. Donna says she has walked more miles than anyone. Amen. Oh my gosh, yeah. And I mean, not only that, like the ticks, that just everything, mosquitoes, whatever you want to say. I mean, she could have had poison ivy, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, and the area is so rough and it's so dangerous. You know what I mean? It's not a place for people to really be searching around, but she does it. She does it, and she has done it. And she also spreads awareness too. So she also passes out flyers, posts the yard signs, talks to people about it in the community. She's done a heck of a lot, and especially being local there, that's the most helpful because I really believe that he is someplace close. Um, Possibly around where CP was working. Um, I have a couple of different working theories. But I think we can save those for like after Christmas. I hope I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try really hard. I know we're gonna go over that flashlight video, so that's gonna be something that's um, interesting. And Freebird says, I listened to Justin's live with Tony at the end and I thought he thanked TL. I could be wrong. Oh, good. Well, that's good. See, and I forgot to watch Justin's live. That's another thing. I need to write that down with Tony because I didn't. I'm just teasing when I said I'm going to blame Tony. Yeah. It's a joke. It's a joke, guys. Don't take me too seriously. I could be a jokester. And Gracie says in Seth's live, to be clear, no one thanked. Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't hear any thank yous for Terry. I was like, hello, are we thanking our Miss Terry Lynn over here, our very own Terry Lynn? Um, Panda Bear's mom says there's so many great creators out there too. Yeah, to think, I agree. I agree with that too. There's so many good people. There's too many good people to like the bad apples spoil the bunch. Like, I mean, they could do better, but they choose not to. And I think that's what Elevated Truth was trying to get at. Another point he was trying to make is like, we could all do better, right? I mean, even myself, I could do better too. You know what I mean? We can all do better. And there's always going to be things that we're going to say that maybe we don't agree with. But I think that just opens up a good discussion. I don't think it's got to be something that has to be hateful or, but yeah, I really wish they need to include everybody that's done it from the beginning. Which I got onto the case like towards the end of March. So, and I'm not local. I haven't been out searching, or and stuff like that. Those are the people that really deserve to hear a thank you. Um, that chat was way too fast, Freebird. Me too. I know. I was like, oh boy. And they slowed it down a lot because, like I said, I made a comment. And then, like, I think it was a little bit later, I went to go make another comment, and they were like 2 minutes and 30 seconds or something. And I was like, oh, okay. But I couldn't. I just said, like, Merry Christmas to Seth, or have a good as Christmas as possible, and that kind of thing. Keep your head up kind of thing. And Gracie says it's all happened before Seth went live. Yeah. Yeah. And Sandy says, I agree for Freebird. I just kept the green hearts because the chat was so fast. Yeah, I did the green hearts too. Yeah, I did like Sebastian's Army, Sebastian Strong, and that sort of thing. So I hope that Seth felt that love. I really do. I hope he did. I know the panelists did a really nice job of saying their nice heartfelt words to Seth, and I think that he appreciated it. I know he did actually. I don't even have to say allegedly with that one. And Joe says I was crying. I couldn't read the chat in there. I know, Joe. It was so sad. That's what I was saying. I put my makeup on, or I redid my makeup a little bit, and then I would start watching Seth's live, and I was like, oh my god. I'm like, okay, well, looks like I'm gonna be redoing it again. Um, but I think it's good that he has other people that are like there. He knows that we were like all of our hearts were breaking for him and with him, and just being there in that moment with him, I'm sure like with all those thousands of people, it really helped him. That I think that's the least that we can do, and he did thank everybody for keeping Sebastian's face out there, his name out there. It's probably hard to remember everybody. I don't fault him. I just wish that, um, yeah, I just wish they would have been a little bit. Oh, you didn't comment after Seth went live. Oh, okay, Gracie. Yeah, like you were in the chat beforehand. See, I had it up here. I had it up on my phone. And then before I knew it, like I think I missed like the first 5 minutes because before I knew it, the internet kicked me off on my phone over here. And I was like, okay. And then I like refreshed it. I was like, oh, okay, they're on. So I probably didn't catch the beginning. But I think it was just mainly, oh, hey, Star. Good to see you, Star. I'll take you as seriously as I want, she said. She says, that's my prerogative. That's hilarious. I'm a jokester, though. I always like to kid around, but I'd hate for that to get clipped, like, blame Tony. Next thing you know, Lady Freedom is blaming Tony for, you know how that goes. And Gracie says, I asked why Sebastian was blonde. Oh, you did? Oh. Yeah, I wondered the same thing. I was like, because like when he was little, he was blonde. Like when we talked about this before, because my daughter has like lighter colored hair too when she was little, and now it's real dark like mine. Like this is mostly my natural color right here. You can see the grays on top, but because I gotta dye it, but I usually like dye it black. But mine's like more of like a dark brown. So hers is really dark too, and I thought that was weird. That's the first thing I noticed was the blonde. I mean, because it was very blonde. Um, on all of the official posters, he stated as having brown hair. Sebastian is perfect the way he is. I agree. And I think it's cute because he started out. They used to like call him Towhead. He started out real blonde, but then now that he's getting older, he's like his dad, dark features. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And I think they should have kept it. I think so. I don't know. I agree. Freebird says I was hitting the red heart on the side because someone was hitting the laughing face and I was hitting the heart like a video game. That's amazing. I wonder who does, you got to be a nasty old troll that lives under the bridge to do something like that in a live where a father's like pouring his heart out. Gracie says, I've been with this case since day one, like many of you. I have handed out thousands of flyers, etc. Heck yeah, Sebastian's army's strong. And that's the thing too, Gracie. Like I've been following his case as far as since he went missing. I think it was probably the second day, because I remember Riley Strain. I was very interested in Riley Strain, and I was heavily following his case because obviously I just came from living in Springfield, Missouri, and my daughter was graduating in May from college, just like Riley, and her boyfriend was in a fraternity and knew. I mean, it was so that case was like super close to home for me, like way too close for comfort, and then they found him. But I was still following with Sebastian, since I believe it was like the second, it would have to have been the second day, so like the 27th. And I remember them putting up the missing flyers, how I saw it. And of course, I was following Tennessee news at the time, and so I was very early on, but I didn't have my YouTube channel yet. And Star says I cope with humor, but I was just crying on Seth's live. I know, that's what I was saying too, and see, that's how I cope with things as well. I think it's healthy, but then also, it can be kind of awkward because it's like behave yourself. But I'm one of those people where that's just always what helps me, like even when I'm really sad. And Joe says they could put all the people that they have helped search and channels into, like, maybe, yeah, like if they did like a little montage at the end, that would have been cool, and I don't expect Seth to do that, but I know he's got a lot of people that he can help, that can help do that. Minnie says Star with a heart. And Gracie says, well, he remembered Pascal at the beginning along with BJ, but not TL, and TL was the first channel. Yeah, I noticed that too with Pascal, because see, that's who I was watching with Riley. And then Seth starts coming on Pascal, and I'm like, oh, okay. So then I was watching him on Pascal, and I know that he was on other channels, but I don't know which ones. Like, I didn't know who Brittany J was. I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea. Never heard of her before now. Actually, before, like, even like a few months ago is when I found out who she was. I think the first time that Seth went on her live, that's how I knew who she was. And Star said, did he have a falling out with TL? It's weird not to mention her. I don't know. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Because she was out there searching with him right away. I was going back and watching some of her old videos when she first started covering Sebastian's case, and I mean, that was from day one. So I don't know. No telling. And Sandy says, who hit the laughing face? I know. Who does that? I don't know. Some troll that lives under the bridge. And Joe says, my youngest son had blonde hair until he was 10. Now it's almost black. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. Like, my daughter she had like blonde streaks in her hair, which was, I mean, her dad's Irish and Polish, so. And TL met Robin, Seth's mom and father, and she went to the first vigils. Yeah, Gracie, exactly. And that's how I got a lot of the footage from the vigils that I was able to put in my videos, was from Terry, from her going to those. Yeah, I don't know. I just hate how she gets treated because it's not fair, or it's not right. His right to mention who he wants, but I found it odd. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that too. I agree, Star. He's, it's up to them. You know what I mean? For sure, for sure, for sure. But I just wish they would have, because I definitely thought of her first. And Sandy said, don't know, or I'm sorry, Freebird says, Sandy, don't know, was trying to drown it out with all the hearts. So, yeah, there was an emoji button on the right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, like those little hearts, and somebody was making a laughy face. That is like rant over. I love Terry Lynn. Me too. Margaret. Hi, Margaret. Yeah, we all love her. She's a shit show supervisor. What will we do? We wouldn't even know what to do in our shit show if we didn't have that supervisor with the hat. She's got a hat. We know where to find her when we need her. Um, her laugh makes me laugh. So she's an amazing woman. I don't know what the heck they're thinking. Sandy says I'm not as using the button to Freebird. Oh, somebody's using it right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's awesome that you were doing the hearts, because I don't know who does a laughy face or ass munches. That is not me, by the way. I don't know. I can't see any hearts or anything. Sometimes I'll see balloons and I'll be like, is Pennywise the clown coming to get me? I have no idea. And Donna says, they mentioned Pascal, and Pascal hasn't talked about Sebastian since he went down there for the vigil. I wonder what happened. Yeah, I know. Pascal, shortly after that, he said that he wasn't going to be covering the case as much. And then he had Coffin Doffer on. And that was the last time I watched him. Pascal is a creator. He used to be like, I think he used to do like entertainment news and things like that, and then he switched over to true crime. He's got a really good high energy show. He's a real nice guy. I don't know what happened though between that whole deal, but he was one of the first ones to step away from the case, and it was disappointing. And I just figured I'll go follow people that are following this case. Because as they kept saying tonight, like a lot of the panelists are saying, I'm not going to give up until he's found. I mean, there's no way. I'm going to keep talking about him, and I'm going to keep putting his flyer up, and everything we can do, right? There is a wonderful momentum that is going right now, and it's really important to keep that going, in my opinion. We got to do it for him. He deserves it, and especially after all this stuff, I mean, yeah, he deserves us all to keep going. And don't let the drama detour us, because it gets sickening after a while. That's why I'd rather just talk about it, get it over with, move on to the next thing, because I really think the flashlight videos is very important, and I think that's what they're trying to divert attention away from, is us really deep diving into that. And that's my opinion. And Gracie says, and Sebastian has a piercing too. Oh boy. A piercing? I don't... A piercing? Like ear pierced? Or like... Freebird says, is Pascal the city council guy? No. He's a YouTuber. He's a tall black guy, really nice looking, really big guy. Not like tall, not, he's slender. But yeah, he's got a show called The Pascal Show, and he's got a purple emblem, or logo rather. But yeah, I mean, he's a really good guy. He's a good creator. He's a sweet guy. I also know that he had a baby with his wife, and maybe that is another reason why he couldn't dedicate as much time to it. But I just started following other people that were actually covering the case more or less, and that's why I haven't watched him. Star, that's what I'm talking about. Like, all of a sudden there'll be like balloons that just pop up. I'm like, oh, here he comes. He's coming for me. I was wondering when Pennywise would find me. Margaret. At least it's not Freddy or Jason. And Freebird says, there is a guy named Pascal Jovence. He is a city council member of Gallatin. Oh, really? Okay, they hate him there. He has a blog on the corruption there. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll have to go check him out. Pascal is not so common of a name. They had a heating and air service named Pascal too. And Gracie says, interesting at Freebird. I have no idea. I know, right, Gracie? I find that really interesting too. I was like, hey now. The flashlight video is important. I think so too. Very, very important. Very, very important. And I feel like they're just trying to, deter us from really deep diving into that. I don't think that the camera view was in the view that they are stating it was in either way. But, and Minnie says BHB claims AI added it when she did it. Oh, I see. Like when she, maybe it was like a filter that was on. Okay, I see what she's saying. That could be. Yes, on his thumbnail, the left ear is clearly pierced. Oh, okay, on the thumbnail. Yeah, that's very bizarre. Because he didn't have his ear pierced, and I don't think it's a good idea to put pictures of him like that, because the people are going to be looking for his ear pierced then, you know what I'm saying? Um, but maybe it was like the filter that she put on and she didn't realize it. I don't know. Freebirds. See, I didn't look at it that closely, I guess. I noticed the blonde hair, but not the earring. Freebird says, yeah, and one of the guys who is trying to get Pascal out of the city hall lives directly behind DG house. Their backyards touch. Oh, wow. Wow. That area, it's not that small, but it is in terms of like how people know each other, you know? And Star says the flashlight video is very challenging to discern, but there's something there. Maybe Ellie is on it. Yeah, I think they are. I think they were upset that it was, leaked out. I don't think they wanted it to be leaked out. And so, yeah, I think they are on it. And I do think it's very challenging to discern. I mean, if you look at that thing, it's just kind of crazy looking, like it's like two little light sources, one stationary, or those stationary lights, which I guess are the floodlights. Oh hell, Minnie! I love the rest of the thumbnail. Yeah, I mean it was a cute. That's what I mean. It was a cute thumbnail. I just did notice the blonde. I did. And Gracie, it could be a mole. He has some moles. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. Yeah, he's got some moles like right over here on his neck, on the side of his neck. And Margaret. Freddie and Jason might get Terrell. I love teasing her about that when she goes into the cemeteries. We're like, Freddie's behind you, Jason's behind you. And then she's like, oh, I don't like watching those. She does not like any of the horror movies. She's not weirdos like us, she's like, she loves true crime, but not the horror movies. And I don't think we could ever get her to go to a haunted house, but it'd be hilarious if we could get her to go, and then tease her. Because we love her, And Freebird says, I think it's French for Jo. Oh, gosh. He's from France. Jovance. Look at me trying to be fancy. I don't know. That's so funny. And Gracie says, nope, Sandy, you can screenshot it and blow it up and I can see it. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm going to have to I'm going to look back at it. Oh, that's too bad. Margaret says we need to get Jason and Freddie to go get Terry Lynn. Yeah, we do. I know. I want her to come up on panel sometime. Like, I think that would be fun. I don't know where she's at, but she, with the discs and stuff in her back, I know that she's not been up for a whole lot of stuff, but she's been live. Like I missed her, and then she went live, and I was so excited right when I saw her. I was like, I'll be there in your live. And Mountain Wanderer, nice to see you. I hug trees, y'all. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Hey, tree hugging is great. We need those trees. I can't see any in actual pictures. Yeah, I mean, like, it's, I think they're like right on the side here. I can't remember if it was the left or right. I tried to add them to a missing poster that I made up because I was complaining that there weren't on there, and stuff. And I was like, what about his little dimple? That's an identifying mark. And I have identifying marks on me too, so I would hope people would put that on my missing stuff, just in case they see a girl that has, like, the same birthmark or whatnot. Because I'd have to rely on birthmarks because I don't have any tattoos. So I would have to rely on birthmarks for that. And Grace's gavel says, see, that was my problem. Sebastian. Hugging trees are nice, that's right. No one will be looking for that child tonight versus the one in the TBI poster. Yeah, let's say it was a new viewer, the rest of the thumbnail was spot on. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying too. I see what you're saying. Let me see. Oh, okay. Now, is this the photo? See, this is what I noticed in the photo. I'll show it to you guys. I noticed that, like, he was wearing like a button-up shirt, and it looks like the same photo from when he was at the restaurant with his dad, and he looked so cute and he was sitting in the booth. Um, Let me see if I can see it. If I can find it here. My phone just did an update and it's wacky and it's putting different photos in different spots, and I'm like, it's duplicating a bunch of photos and driving me bonkers. But there was the one, and I put it in the video earlier, but I think it's on my other phone. But he's sitting in the booth and he's got that cute little smile on his face, like just a little doll. And I don't know. Oh, yeah, it's got to be on my other one. But I thought that was the one that they used, and I bet you she probably used that photo and then maybe put a filter on it, is what I'm guessing. But it was cute, and then the Santa Claus with all the presents makes me sad to think about it. But I think they might have changed the shirt too, it looks like, anyway. Man, I got bit by these dang, like, no-see-em things, and they're mean. They bite me up. And Grace just says no one will be, okay, yeah. And along, as long as it's not a cactus you're hugging. Exactly. Yeah, beware of cactuses. Margaret says we need to make Jason Dumby incident where it would scare her. Oh no. I could just picture her. I could see her. And then she's hilarious because Terry's so animated. She is so, thank you, Gracie. Exactly. This is the one I was looking for. Hold on. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Let me crop it up. I'm gonna crop it up. Oh, I gotta save it first. Hold on. Let's see. Save in photos. There we go. And edit it. That's the one. See how cute? Like, he's so cute. I knew I recognized him from that one. And so she must have just put like a filter or like added it to a program or something. Because I use that program editor thing. But yep, sure is. And then well, and I noticed too, because like his eyebrows are very, very dark versus, the hair color. He's just as cute as he can be, though. Just as cute as he can be. That would be hilarious, Margaret. Sebastian doesn't have an ear pierced in real life. Yeah, that's the issue. Like, that's the problem. That's awesome. Trees are my friends too, Mountain Wanderer. And Sebastian says, Or Minnie says Sebastian's photo shouldn't be run through any AI program or Photoshop. Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's like kind of fun to do it as like a little maybe something fun, but in terms of putting his face out there, I'm always trying to do the flyers or like just the photos that we have of him. I wish there were more recent photos of what, you know, he may look like. I hate if they would ever have to do an age progression. It would be a sad day. I don't like horror either. You don't, Freebird? That's funny. No, Terry, like, she hates it. It's hilarious. And then we tease her about it. Because we love her. But we do tease her. That's like putting TikTok filter on your missing photo. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I think it is a little bit, or not even a little bit, like the most accurate pictures that we can get, the better, I think. And that's why I went and I ranted about the missing posters having different information on them. I was complaining about it, and then I was sitting there and I was like, I'm complaining, so why don't I make a flyer? And because I did a little rant, I felt better, and I'm like, okay, I'll make a flyer, and I did. I put his dimple, his moles that are visible on his neck, and also I noticed that like when he's in a good mood or he's happy, he always puts his leg like pointed inward, and I think that was a good identifier too, just like his mannerisms. um oh, you worked at Universal Studios Haunted House? That's cool. Oh, that would be really awesome. Yeah, so you're probably over it, but I think that would be really neat. Like, I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday. So, and Star says, I like the car shenanigans when TL goes into the convenience store. I know, exactly. We go wild, like as if she's our mom. She's going in the store and we're acting crazy in the car while she's gone. And she'll be like, "What kind of snacks do you want?" Yes, Donna, I love horror movies too. I love horror movies. Um, I like suspense too. Those are always really good. Mysteries, I like that kind of stuff. I really do. I get into it. I'm not like a big like gore person for per se, but oh yeah, and like all the classic ones are good. I'm a huge fan of Stephen King. So I love Stephen King. And Star says, oh, thank you, Gracie. Yeah, because I was like, I knew I saw him before. I knew I saw that one. I was like, that was his picture. I remember seeing it. Star says she's been searching a little, but it's also got to be, yeah, it's cold right now. I know, exactly. Exactly. And Mountain Wanderer. You should get a tattoo, Star says. I don't know what I would get. Like, that's the thing. I have no idea what I would get, or where I would put it or anything like that. So, um, but yeah, I've been this far. I know. I hope he comes home too. I believe we will find him, Freebird. I don't think we're gonna stop until he's found. I think a lot of people feel that way. I know I won't stop talking about him, but I don't think many other people will either. There's a lot of people that are very dedicated. Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Star. Yeah, Gracie, that was spot on. Thank you. You're so good. Gracie, sometimes Gracie, I feel like we always say jinx to each other because she like I'll be thinking the same thing she is at the same time and we'll text it to each other. It's so funny. And Star says that was the first place I ever heard of no CMs. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Like, and they don't even bother you until like way later after you get bit. They're weird. They're really weird little creatures, and I don't know what's up with them, but just like all of a sudden, you guys are probably seeing me like itching, and like it just started bothering me. And I'm really bad with itching. Like if something is itchy to me, I'll like just itch it or scratch it and scratch it. And Chief Blastin Bass one time says, "Why is the title Whaa Burgers and French Cries?" Well, the title is Whaa Burgers and French Cries because we got a bunch of creators up here complaining and being a bunch of wine bags when we have a now 16-year-old child who's missing. And I thought it was funny to kind of tease them for it. And Gracie says, because it's a bunch of crap. Thank you, Gracie. I'm so glad that you, I'm so glad you get me. And Gracie says, no, CMs are the devil in disguise. They are. Like, I swear this had to have, I haven't been outside for a minute. And now all of a sudden I'm like itching. I'm like, did somebody put itching powder on my cardigan or what's going on? So I think it's a joke. No, but I think you are a troll. So we're going to put you in the timeout. Hey, Gracie, can you give him a crayon and a juice box and put him in a chair, please? And then if he wants to keep on talking, he can, you know, we could just find another spot for him, which is like leaving the chat. Yes, sir, I did see Seth's live, and I bawled my eyes out. So now I'm here to cut up with some of you fine people and watch some of this distraction. And I would love to join one of the volunteer groups. Nick the Hat posted. Oh, he has a volunteer list. I didn't see that. That's really cool, Sandy. Okay, so what is that? What is it about? Like, are they volunteering? Thank you. Thank you, Gracie. I got that from one of the other lot lizards. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Wears a blouse. Um, but anyway, moving right along. Oh, okay, Yes at Night is requesting people to help searching to find Sebastian. Okay, cool. Is it like is it putting together search groups in the area that you're living in, or how does that work? Because that's really, really neat. That's really, really neat. I think it's a great idea. I think the 10 flyers is a really great idea, and I told Seth I'd do 20. Um, I do have to figure out where I can put them here. I did research it in Missouri when I put them up there, but didn't. Um, I didn't put any up. Well, actually, I did. Okay, I lied. I was a renegade on the way over here. I did not ask a single soul if I could post those. I posted them on the gas pumps. I posted them near the bathrooms, in the bathrooms, all over the rest areas and things like that. I did not ask anybody if I could. I didn't have time to. I just put them up. And oh, really? And you could choose from 6 different locations. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to go look at that. That is really neat. That's a really great idea because if everybody starts looking in their own area, um, right now it's nice outside. I mean, until the nighttime. So I mean, it would be a good time to search. Florida's kind of scary though because there's a lot of alligators here. Um, and I was told that I'm not supposed to go in the woods, which is weird for me because I'm from the Midwest and you can go in the woods and you can go in the river and you can go swimming in the lakes and stuff like that and you're just fine and dandy. But not here because there's signs that literally say beware of the alligators, don't feed them, you'll get fined or jail time and all this. And Star says, I'm conflicted because I'm super curious about what happened during the time with the niece and the 25th. It always seemed glossed over. I'm nearly certain I found the family, but the niece would be a minor. Okay. Hi, couponing. Okay. That is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, the little one that they picked up, the little niece. I thought that was weird too because Katie looked over at Chris and was like, "Your niece." Like she forgot what the little one's name was, and so I was like, "That's odd. How do you forget what his niece's name is? Unless, I mean, I could see if you were dating for a couple weeks or a couple months or something like that, but they've been married." And she didn't remember what her own niece. I mean, that's at that point, she's your niece too, right? Um, I don't know how these people live their lives, though. I can't even begin to imagine. Couponing says, "Is there a flyer with an updated picture of Sebastian from the Roadhouse?" Oh, that would be a great photo. That would be a really great photo. Yeah. I haven't seen one. I know that the most updated one I saw was for $250,000 reward on it, and that was the most up to date one. I will tell you this: if you email Bullhorn Betty, she will get back to you lickety split. Like if you say, "Hey, can you send me a flyer to print out?" She will send it to you in 2 seconds. Like she's on it. Because I know that because I from experience. Um, Star says, not that I would contact them, but would it be valuable to Nick? I mean, I think so. Like, I haven't contacted them, but I've like added Nick the Hat to things and dog. Like, I put at, and tagged them. So, I mean, I don't think anything is impossible. Like, I think, like earlier when Cletus was talking all that alien crap, no, that's not possible. Did Sebastian disappear poof? No, that's not possible. But these little things that may have something to do with it, a lot of times in true crime we'll see these people get caught or the case will get cracked just by one little tiny detail. So, I mean, I don't think anything's too small at this point. I think it would be worth mentioning. Um, or even mention it in the comments in Seth's chat or excuse me, comment section, because I know that he checks them and stuff. Like I've seen him heart things and things like that. So, and Star says I think she wasn't trying to remember the name, but maybe the familial connection. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, like which one are? Yeah, I could tell she was kind of looking at him like, help me out here, or whatever. Couponing says I still have the older one. Okay, thanks. Yeah. I mean, I have this is the one that I really put out. But then again, it'd probably be good to put a reward on it, but it has the reward. It's in small print. Yeah, it's the third one down right here. Sorry, I can't really. But that one's got the 50,000 and that one is from the FBI. Like that $50,000 reward is from the FBI website and all that stuff, but oh, awesome. You have the official flyers with a link to print up. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Is it this one, Grace? Or you should send them to me. If you can send it to me if I don't have the right one. I just put my logo on there because people were being hateful towards Terry Lynn. I was like, well, if I put my logo on there too. Look at me. So that was just me being ornery. But also, I've been covering the case, so I think it's smart to put that on there so that way people will come watch my videos and see what's going on in the case, right? Because I'm covering it. So I think that's important. I think that's very important. Excuse me. I swear I'm still getting over this cold. I didn't say or do anything wrong. Okay. Just be respectful, bro. You can stay in here. You can't be argumentative and being rude to me on my own channel. Come on, you know better than that. You wouldn't put up with that from me either. So why you expected me to put up with it from you? You know what I mean? Come on, let's be nice. And then it's Christmas, and Star says, "I'm afraid to mess this up." Hi, couponing. You won't mess it up. And you seem hostile. And a caller named Katie called from Tennessee claiming she was not KP, so I went and listened to a clip of KP's voice and she sounded a lot like KP. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Huh. Very interesting. I mean, you never know. You never know. I mean, Chris was calling into shows and pretending he was different people, so I don't know. I mean, it would be news to me. I haven't been able to catch anybody's shows lately, so lots of times people will send me stuff because I didn't have a chance to catch it. All right, guys, so we're gonna go to clip 5. We'll go on to clip 5 here.
I mean, the truth has got to start coming out. All of this fucking sidestepping around bullshit is for the birds.
That did
Listen, when
not
I'm
come.
paying out
Hold
of my
on.
pocket for a
Hold on one
lawsuit right
second.
before the holidays, yeah,
That did not
because I
come
make
from
divorce.
barbecue. Barbecue didn't make that up, you guys. Barbecue didn't
Make
make that story up about the pants. I'm just responding to some comments. Barbecue wasn't lying about that. That's what she was told.
I was there when she was told that. It was at lunch.
Right.
I pushed back on all of you. As I said, without proof, we can't just say people are planting evidence.
But see, that's what I was questioning yesterday when I was talking to Queen. I'm like, why would Nick come out and literally say that Terry Lynn did that? Or pretty much assume, like, I assume that's who he was talking about. Because he's pants planter or something like that in a tweet. And it's like, well, if that was bullshit, why would Nick say that? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right, but what happened? Do y'all recall the clip I played of Seth saying he was talking to Julie, the dog handler, and he's like, I got his pants, I got his old clothes, I got his shoes, I got everything you can have, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Well, and
And he
not to
said, why
mention
am I
T
sitting
Rev, not to mention T Rev talking about the clothes that Michaela had.
Right, with that big ass fucking folder that she's got full of shit.
Right. So the pants
No,
could have been Sebastian's outgrown pants that Seth was the one in possession of and gave
I
them to
don't
Terry
listen.
Lynn, and
Here's what I
Julia
can
all
tell you.
connects back.
Here's what I can say with pretty good certainty. It was said to me that they were Sebastian's pants. They were a size too small, and that they were Sebastian's pants. And
Correct. That's what
now
I heard as well.
who
But
they
did
got
they
them
come from
from?
Katie or did they come from Seth?
I don't know, but Katie's the one that told me that it was his pants.
Correct.
I mean, she's his
Now
mother.
you want to
She's
talk
a girl.
about people are going to be real pissed
Love you,
off?
Freebird.
Just wait.
Good night, sweet dreams.
How does Katie know about the pants? How does Katie know they're his pants?
Wait for what?
I thought he was about to like bombshell something. I'm like,
I
oh,
did
I'm on the
too,
edge of the
Granny. I'm
seat.
like, what? What do we?
I thought my internet went out or some shit. I looked
didn't
back
say-
down like, we here? I think
I'm
well,
just-
Katie
I'm-
probably knew because the police intercepted those pants.
Say that again?
Because the police ended up with those pants.
Yeah, Terry Lynn made sure she sat there until they came and got. Remember, she had to wade in the water. The guy wouldn't come down.
Yeah, she got a urinary tract infection. All the things we need to know. Yeah, she definitely. So
I'm
the
sorry,
police were
what?
involved then.
Never mind.
Yeah, girl, we heard about that for.
Hold on. With all due respect, I want to back away from all that because these are all players that are players, right? I want to go back to where we started this at. Okay, and the reason why
Is that true? Is that true? What someone just said in chat that she had to identify them through law enforcement?
She probably did. And she probably was able to because they were Sebastian's. But again, Seth ended up with a bag, allegedly, of Sebastian's old clothes because Katie supposedly was dropping them off at a Goodwill, and a searcher, aka a subscriber, saw her do so, called up Heather Cohen, and said, oh my God, I'm over here at this shop and Katie Proudfoot's here with a bag of clothes. She asked her to intercept the clothes. The lady went and told the lady what was going on. The lady said, sure, no problem. And Heather sent Seth over to pick them up. And Seth was saying, and he kept saying, I've been driving around with a bag of clothes in my car for over a week and they still haven't come to get them. But they were outgrown clothes. Yeah. I mean, apparently, allegedly. I don't know. Seems to connect. Hey, really quick, because of the super sticker, let me clarify. I don't know if it was actually 2 weeks. I don't know the actual time frame of it. I just know it was after. And I would have to go back and listen to Seth and find out the time frame he was saying. I mean, I have a bag of clothes sitting in my fucking car to figure out the time frame.
So did Katie confirm those were Sebastian's pants to you? True?
Not me. I never spoken to Katie.
So
I've never
who did
spoken
she
to either of
confirm
them.
who did she confirm? When were those confirmed those were his pants?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Who did she say those were his pants to? You? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So again, Terry Lynn did not plant the pants. She called the police right away, and she waited for them to come get them, and then they didn't really want to go in there and get them. Seth actually talks about it in part on a live with Pascal. Speaking of Pascal again, but he was on there with Tony, and they go over it, how the police were not exactly wanting to oh, they were kind of making light of it because like there was grown men police officers that didn't want to go in there and grab the pants out. They were said to be a different size than Sebastian's. um, all of the everything that's being said by the creators here is just basically their opinion on what happened. But I know, like, she was live. She also had a friend that was helping her with dogs. So yeah, it just, it didn't happen the way that especially Granny is saying it. And then yes, Chief. So basically, I did a live earlier about these creators, and I was saying that they like to dish it out, but they can't take it. And that goes for the feet too. In my opinion, they like to dish out a whole bunch of accusations and like to call people names and, you know, just be hateful towards a father that's looking for his son. But then they turn around and they complain and they whine and they say that they're, you know, and they don't want this creator that is hosting to be telling the truth about what's really going on. And so I named it a funny name because I find it to be kind of comical that they're able to basically dish out all of this stuff, but they can't really take it. And the minute that people are calling them out on it, um, they decide to, you know, play the victim card and things like that. And so, but yeah, again, I'm sorry, I don't want anybody else to like um, misconstrue that, because no, it, like, I did not think anything was funny about that live. I think everybody's like face on there. If you didn't cry, um just all the creators, all the love, all of the emotion that was behind them coming up on panel 2, even if you're not, say, a fan of Seth, um just seeing that, when Josh was talking about his 2 sons and the guilt that he feels, that was, to me, um I mean, just super sad, you know. It's just, you know, one of those things. You're more than welcome to stay, Chief, but you know, you have to understand that if you come in hot like that, you know, it's going to make somebody else come in hot back. But you're more than welcome to stay here. Definitely. That's why I gave you a second chance, right? Because I do believe in giving people second chances. But you have to understand that, like, trolling is a real thing here. And I don't have a lot of trolls in my chat. So I just try to nip any kind of, um, if I have a little inkling, I try to nip that right in the bud. But yeah, you're more than welcome to subscribe, not subscribe. You can stay in chat. You're not obligated to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe to me. That's fine. If you want to sit and listen and chat, you're more than welcome. You know, so that's up to you. That is totally up to you. And again, these are just my opinions. This is what I have gathered from this live, right? Um, I'm just basically giving a reaction to what we are seeing here. And the only reason that I'm really interested in this video in particular is because later on Chris Prodfoot is going to come on and speak, and he hasn't spoken publicly to my knowledge in quite some time, maybe even since May. I think he's done a little bit of smaller channels and spoke on there, but I haven't heard those. This was just one that I was able to grab and talk about. And I think that it was very powerful what was being said by the host. And I find it to be controversial, interesting, and also I think it took a lot of courage for this person to come up and say the things that he said to a panel full of people that disagree with him wholeheartedly. I mean, for a minute there, he's up there against like four people, and he's disagreeing with what they're saying. So I think that that is like really brave. And Sandy says, yeah, we're a really small channel group of friends, so you might be better off in Dolly's channel, to be honest. Just a note, YouTube does not like all caps because it comes across as being hostile. Yeah, that's one thing. I didn't ever realize that a lot of people do all caps, or they'll say don't do all caps because it seems like you're yelling. That's what it seems like anyway. Yeah, no worries, no worries. He says none of that matters, but what matters is Sebastian talking about any creators. Yeah, absolutely. That's what that was the point that I was trying to convey. So like, to me, if it's not about us, and why get up there and complain and carry on when honestly we should be talking about Sebastian. And that's what this creator was saying in the beginning. We watched the beginning and a part one, so this is a second parter, and that's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say that it's not about us, it's about Sebastian. And yeah, but no worries, Chief. Like I said, you can stay in here. Stay, please stay. Don't feel like you gotta leave. And Star says, if certain creators spread lies about people honestly trying to find Sebastian, it should be addressed. Yeah, absolutely. I believe so too. And I'm trying to cover all aspects of the case. Now, I don't usually go over and listen to like Clue and Cletus, but then they came out with the recreation, and I thought that that was something that was very interesting. And at least they tried, right? They're trying to do it. They're trying to put some things out there, so why not, have a listen and discuss it, because all possibilities are still open. They haven't ruled anything out, and we don't have very much information as it is. So I think that it's definitely something to think about and talk about. And then also we have information coming in from two separate PI firms. So you have the At Night Intelligence Agency, and then you have the C. Fisher Investigates, which he's a PI too. So they're putting out information. And then so is the At Night Intelligence, and it's kind of been a little bit of a tit for tat here. So just trying to kind of decipher that. But then Mr. Foot came out um, and spoke out. So, like I said, that's why I kind of diverted some attention away and just to hear what he has to say. But I also wanted to kind of give the background of the live first off. So we kind of knew what was going on instead of it just coming in like Chris just coming into it. I wanted people to get a good context um, before he hops on. We live and breathe Sebastian. Sandy, oh my gosh, I know, and that's the thing. Even I had another panelist on, and he was saying that I should stop talking about Sebastian, and that was one of the reasons why I didn't want him on my panel anymore, was because I'm never going to stop talking about Sebastian until he's found. I think he deserves that. He needs that. I know that. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I think Seth, I mean, I know he does appreciate it because he even said that. Yeah, welcome, Chief. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I'm sorry that we got off on the wrong foot. And Couponing says, did you happen to see the picture that was in posted on at first glance looks like a little like Sebastian? No, I didn't see it. First glance. No, I did not see that. What in the actual fark? Star. Yeah, Sandy. And Star says, why would you stop talking about Sebastian? I know. He was like, you need to talk about other cases. And I'm like, no. Like, that's the thing. I do talk about other cases. Look, if people are like post something, that's how I got into talking about little JJ or Joshua. Right, Grace? Like, because I was on Smiley's live. She popped his face on, and then she posted his little missing flyer, and I mean, that little boy is so adorable. And I got into his case. I did a quick video for him. He was found. They are still looking for his mother. I did post like a wanted picture, two pictures, shout out to Gracie for getting me that as well. And so, yeah, I mean, I do follow other cases. I do cover other cases. All the kids need, like Seth was saying tonight, all the kids need people to cover them. They all deserve it. But it's just something that, um, and I even explained that too. I was like, it's when it's your first case. Yes, justice for JJ. That's right, justice for JJ, Gracie. And when it's your first case, you don't. I told him I'm like a dog with a bone. I'm not going to give up. So that was my stance on it, and you know, so yeah, definitely good to have you, Chief. Absolutely, absolutely. And I really enjoy when men are into true crime because a lot of us women are into it. But I think it's great to have a different perspective also. So I'm always welcoming to guys. I have a guy that's in our chat. What I think it's Jeff, and then we have Car Guy. I love Car Guy. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's great to have everybody. We're very accepting. And Sandy says, yes, we do talk about other cases and it's good for us because we need a break sometimes. But the last 4 days have had crazy stuff going on with Sebastian's case. Yes, Sandy, absolutely, I agree. And then all of these videos, when the videos came out, those were really interesting. And now we have some new perspective on this flashlight video, which obviously, and we, too, Chief, if you want to go back and watch some of them too, like, because we even talked about how Chris was saying that the flashlight videos were nothing to sneeze at, that we shouldn't really focus on them. And then come to find out, his own PI now is saying that they are of evidentiary value, and trying to kind of debunk them. And so it's really interesting to me. But I did get sidetracked with this, with the stepfather coming out. And Chief says, I learned about this from coming across Dolly's channel and found out about this nightmare. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, definitely. And I've heard of a lot of cases from Dolly and PJ myself. One of them was Mamata Kaffelbach, and she was a woman who was unalived by her husband up near them, by up in Virginia, and I covered her case as well. They're still looking for her, but her husband has been brought in and charged. So I find all the, especially women, children, those are the ones that I really focus in on, that are near and dear to my heart. And Panda Bear's mom says she just subbed to Gracie's channel. Yay! Yay! And yeah, Gracie, feel free to keep posting, your link and stuff like that too. And Margaret says they have a case right now in Alabama where a family was killed in a wreck, but they can't find the little one, a year old. Yes, I posted his flyer too. He is so sweet, that little baby. And there was a couple guys, and just like for some hope factor, there were a couple of cases where there was a baby missing out of, I believe it was West Virginia. Yeah, because our friend Forever Nikki's mom told me about it, and I posted it, and they found the baby. They also found the little girl, Hazel, that she was missing. Her parents took her. Um, and DFS was looking for her, feverishly looking for her, and they found her too, and she was okay. There were two little boys that had went missing. They were snatched up right in front of their mom, and they were found. And so, it's really important to get these faces out there, and the details on vehicles, license plate numbers, things like that, because make, model, color of the car. Because the faster we can get it out there, the faster we can share it out amongst each other, the better the results tend to be when it comes to finding these kids and people. And Sandy says Sebastian's case has pulled on a lot of heartstrings. Yes. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. I'm telling you guys, when I was talking about him in Missouri, I mean, people were listening. They really were listening, and they wanted nothing more than to help. A lot of people took extra flyers, and there were 2 people that said that they were going to bring them to their church and post them up, and that they were going to pray for Sebastian. And to me, I mean, that was huge. That was huge. And all I had to be like was, look at his little face. And I would say it to him too. You know, I'd be like, look at his face, look at his little face. And, you know, that was a good way to get them on board. I only had one person that told me he didn't want to take the flyer, you know, and I was at a farmer's market. It was it was a smaller farmer's market on the square, in Springfield, Missouri. And the guy was like, I really don't need one. I'm not going to be, you know, I'm going home after this. I live in, you know, a rural area. And all of a sudden, one of the carts, he had like a whole bunch of dresses on there, and it just fell over. The wind knocked it over, and I went over and helped them pick it up. Well, the girl that was behind the counter with him was like, hey, I live up by Rolla, Missouri, and I will take a flyer and I will post it up for you up that way, which is, it's closer up to by St. Louis. And so, I mean, not one single person was able to say no, that I talked to, because I just keep talking to people and until they'll take one, you know. I think that's my salesperson coming out. But Caleb Collins, yes, yes, Star, that's the little baby. And Chief says, I am one of the only guys in guilty of true crime with Jay, and she says that the same thing. Her sub's not many guys there either. Yeah, and I think it's good though, because I think it brings a new perspective into things. So I enjoy having, everybody's welcome here. Everybody is, honestly. And that's awesome. I'm so happy they found them. Yes, I know. Isn't it, Margaret? It's a good thing, you know. It's a good thing to spread those success stories, because um and you know, I do believe that Sebastian is going to be found. I do believe that from the bottom of my heart. I believe that. I believe he will be. Yeah, I do too. I do too. There's so many good creators out there. There's so many good creators. Yeah, I know it's hard though. There's a lot of people out there though, Sandy. I know that's right. You know, and then I don't haven't had a lot of time. Um, So really quick too, guys, I need to go check out Justin's live with Tony. I still haven't done that. I put that as a little side note. I need to put a star by that though, because I'll forget. Um, and then T Rev said something about having clothes, Michaela, and for those for the lot lizards, they know we call her Wreck-It Rhonda, right? Michaela, the girl that was um for lack of a better way to say it, playing with Seth's emotions. He did confirm some of that in his statement in the RICO filing. So, for whatever that's worth, um, they're saying that the pants were, that she had clothes or whatever, that Seth had clothes, and that he was giving them out to people to plant. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. I don't believe any of it, but Jay is on top of the Maddie Soto case. Yes, we did talk about Maddie a little bit over here, Chief. That one is just like so sad to me. I mean, actually, it makes me mad. It makes me madder than a hornet, that case, because of what. Oh, love you too, Star. Get some ice cream for me. That sounds actually good right now, some ice cream. But yeah, I mean, that case is just like very angering to me, because that mother put her daughter in such a bad way. There is a petition out there, guys, and I signed it, and that's to get Jen Soto where she belongs, in my opinion. Yeah, Sandy says, I still watch the Maddie Soto case, but once Stephen was arrested, I slowed down. Yeah, same here. I'm very familiar, like, with the first, you know, and like the interrogations and things like that, but I'm not as familiar. And a lot of it has to do with, too, like you said, Sandy, I'm really focused on Sebastian's case, and a lot of things have happened. And then whenever I moved, I also got pretty behind on some of the more current things. And then since Nick and Dog have been involved, and the FBI has gotten involved, it's really gained some momentum. So like that 6 month mark, and then we were gaining, you know, we've had the reward, and all of that really helped gain some really great momentum, and now we're just having more and more information coming out as we're going along. So it's good. It's definitely a good thing, especially because people were starting to be like, oh, is this, has Sebastian's case gone cold? And I'm gonna say a rousing no to that. But let's watch the sixth clip I have here.
Yeah, I didn't know if she said it on a live stream or if she said it to you. I was trying to figure out what live stream she said that on.
No, listen. And once again, that's not even a negative. But the idea that Chris and Katie aren't pushing heat on Seth is a lie. Right? Just because they're not out here actively doing it doesn't mean that they're not planting seeds to go after Seth. How the fuck do you think people found out about the alleged incidents that happened with Katie before the age of 18? You know, like it's things like that if
well,
they
hold on. I think that to be fair, came from she had 2 abortions before he was born.
Right.
Well, hold on.
And
That
that's
came
simple
from
math.
Seth, though.
Nope. I can't get down with that one.
No, that came from Seth, though.
Well, hold on, but I'm trying.
Go ahead, Cletus.
That we found the screenshot. It's in the live stream. It's in Dolly's live stream where Seth said it. Let me go grab the live stream.
April
No, I mean,
17th.
Or the screenshot, I mean.
April
the thing is,
17th.
I know that happened, right?
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the story about that, right after the fact, the specifics, so to speak, where'd they come from?
Well, I mean, I'm not like just all I remember is everyone like doing the math, right? When he was like
Mhm.
he had 2 abortions. Well, I mean, you said yourself you have to wait 6 months. Remember that? And
There's
it's
some
like
time, yeah, for sure.
you were like, so if that is the case, obviously she was under 18.
Well, we don't know if they were after Sebastian was born, though.
I'm going to jump down because
let's
I'm
be
not going
fair.
to catch the fall for all of this. I'm not doing it. I'm already
What do you
taking enough
mean?
heat for everything because you got assholes in the chat that can't clean their ears. So Katie told Granny personally they were
No. First of all, hold on,
Listen,
Granny, don't get
but
down.
this is what
Hold
it's
on,
been. I get the heat for everything, right? I'm the one in a fucking
Right.
lawsuit for
hold
everything,
on,
and I'm the least one connected. So I'm gonna
hold
jump
on.
down. You guys
Let me
can all
hold on. Don't go anywhere, Granny. Hold on.
It's just
I'll
anger.
deal with it. I know. Hold on. I'll deal with it. Moderators, if anybody is being rude to Granny, X them out. This is not about Granny. This is not
I'll watch
about
the chat
Queen.
too.
This is not about me. This is about a real conversation. And if you're in the chat here to just stir shit, I don't give a fuck what your problem is with Granny, myself, Clue, Queen. Nobody has a problem with Body. But I don't give a shit what your problem is. This isn't about any of us. What I'm going to tell you is that there's people on this panel right now who have all had back behind the scenes conversations and have all held some type of information out of the best interest of Sebastian. And if these creators had not respected Sebastian as a young man, a lot more information would be on these streets.
Yeah, a lot.
Well, and I'm just gonna say we'll all be there in court in her defense. So keep on. Just keep the fuck on.
Yes.
And no, I just want to clear it up too. I've never spoken to any of the parents. Nobody told me anything. Just to be clear.
I don't
Oh,
agree
and
with everything.
Kathy P just said what I couldn't remember the other half of it, but Kathy P just filled it in. She said that is how he named Sebastian after the 2 kids that would have been Wayne and Drake is where he got his name from. The name from the 2 abortions she had. You can't name him if it hadn't occurred. You know what I mean?
Oh, is that where that came from? I thought it was okay. So yeah, because I just was like,
That's
well, in Seth's defense, maybe it happened after Sebastian. So I didn't realize that.
If I'm
realize
not mistaken, that's what Trevor Lee said that Sean told him.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So Trevor Lee said that's what was told to him. And when Seth was yelling at Trevor Lee on the panel, that's my son. I named him. Trevor Lee responded back, you can barely hear him, but he said that's because she was underage.
No shit.
That's what Trevor Lee says back in response. But I was told Sebastian is the name of the Never Ending Storybook. movie. That's the name of the little boy. Katie always loved that name. Uh, Wayne is the Steph's father's name or something, and Drake is a
Yep.
baby dragon. So I've been told that story about previous baby. Although they were never named, is what I've been told.
Right. And I've heard the same about the names as well. Wayne being the namesake for the father and Drake being a dragon.
That's also what I understood, that it was the dragon and the father. I never heard anything about previous children.
Well,
So when we see things like Katie had, private medical procedures that women are entitled to have done, you can assume that it happened after Sebastian, right?
right.
Those private medical procedures that women are allowed to have weren't necessarily before Sebastian, right?
Well, so
I mean,
If what
incest
Trevor Lee,
defense, right? Let's like
if
incest defense.
if what Trevor Lee, if what he says was told to him, it would have to be before, or he couldn't name the kid
Right,
after. You know what I mean?
right.
It
Okay, I
wouldn't work
gotcha.
that way. So
It wouldn't, right.
that's why people assume or drew the conclusion
Okay,
that she was underage.
gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, guys, so that was like the end of the first video that I did. So you're right, Sandy. I have never ever heard Seth say this. I did hear the rumor though. And again, I didn't address it or say anything on my channel about it because of the fact that it was just that to me. It was just a rumor. I'd never heard Seth say that. What I did hear Seth say was about the dragon. Now, I have heard Katie call Sebastian Bastion. I did hear her call him that one time. And that was on Queen Bee the last time she spoke with anybody, or interviewed with anybody, and she did refer to him as Bastion. So I'm glad to have you back, Star. We have a couple more clips. Like we still have like 4 more clips, because we're gonna get into the stepfoot. This is the stepfoot. And Chief says, I live in Indianapolis, Indiana, and went on a walk went to walk out of the gas station, and someone opened the door, looked back to yell at someone. It was Brian Laundrie cussing at Gabby. I almost hit him. Oh wow, was that back when they were on like the road trip that they were on? A week later, found out about on YouTube. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the whole Gabby Petito case was one that was I followed very extensively, and it was awful, everything that happened with Gabby, and they were definitely on a road trip. Yeah, I bet you it did blow your mind. Like that would be crazy. That would be totally crazy. I'm surprised somebody didn't whack him, because he was bigger than her. And I don't know. It's just unfortunate. I wish more would have happened with the Utah police. That's just my opinion. Um, I live on the border of Marion and Hancock County in Lawrence. Oh, okay. I'm a little bit familiar with Indiana, but not really, like more towards the Illinois border. I know like where Valparaiso, Indiana is, and that sort of thing. So I'm familiar. I'm pretty familiar with Indiana. My brother lives in Indiana, actually. And Star says, I was on a motorcycle trip from Oakland, California to Fort Myers Beach, Florida with my BDS, and in Mariana, Florida, he stabbed me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Star. So when I heard about Gabby in the road trip, I knew. Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the thing too. They do it when like you're away from people who care about you, and like when you're in a position where you're relying on them. And I think that was the scariest part with Gabby, is because she really did trust and love him. And she was in a position where she was isolated with him, in some very isolated locations, that they were visiting and traveling through, you know. Sandy says, I wish someone would see Sebastian at a gas station. Oh gosh, Sandy, when Seth was talking about that, it made me think of the Speedway. And then also I was just like, I don't know. I just remember when he was begging and pleading before too, like, please just drop him off. There's no doubt in my mind that the minute that Sebastian can get to a phone, he will call his dad. That is not, there's no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. On the way, okay, on their way out west, yeah. Um, yeah, that is just such a very unfortunate situation. I think her case is one that gave me like a survivor's guilt, because I was in a really abusive relationship, and you know, yeah, so it, it was a shame to see such a talented, beautiful young woman um, be taken out by such a human piece of garbage, in my opinion. Star Lambert says, it was scary. I had to lie to the police because he was my ride to anywhere. Yeah, see, and that is like Gabby. I see exactly. Very vulnerable. Oh, okay, I was like, BSD. That's why I just said BSD, because I'm like, surely. Okay, I got ya. Because I have one of those too that was very much like that. Oh, on the east side. Okay, okay. Yeah, so, I mean, that's their MO, right? They want to isolate. And that's what we've been talking about too with Sebastian's case. They did that to him. They put him in a position where he didn't have any friends. They only lived in that house for like 1.5 to 2 years. Whenever this case was, I think it was when Seth was in Pascal's, because it had to have been, because that's I was following Pascal back then. And I asked Seth, I said, how long had they been in that house for? And he probably thought it was like a dumb question at that time. And he didn't have a chance to answer or whatever, but I mean, there were a lot of people asking a lot of things, but I did ask them that, or I did ask him that, because it piqued my interest to see how long he had been there. I knew that Beach was in a different school district, so I knew they hadn't lived there very, too terribly long. But I found it to be interesting. I mean, obviously, he would have had more friends in the other school district. I think there's a lot more to the family dynamic in the story that meets the eye. But in the same way, I don't think that there's very much that we can do other than just examine everything and maybe go back and see if we can find little bits of information. Seth gave a lot of information too. I would like to go over his interviews a little bit over again. I just want to be able to take out some, or maybe just kind of mellow out some of the beginning ones where he's talking about the essay. We're going to get into a little bit of that in a little bit in these clips. So brace yourselves. It's about to get a little bit frustrating. Let's just put it that way. It's a little bit frustrating. And Margaret says, it would be great. It would be a great gift if Sebastian would just walk in Seth's store before or on Christmas Day. I agree. And let's not forget that that is going to be the 10-month anniversary. So December 25th. In my opinion, I say the 25th. He was reported missing on the 26th. So technically the day after Christmas. but I really truly believe that whatever happened was on the 25th. That's just my opinion. And Chief says Gabby grew up on Long Island, not far from where I grew up. Oh, cool. Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, and then I know she was down in Florida and lived like with Brian's folks, and Star says I would. It really would, Margaret. It really would be, yes. And Chief says I couldn't imagine treating a female that way. No way, especially because she was like so small, and I don't know. I don't know. I hate that for all of my friends when I hear those kinds of things, because it's just a bad situation. And you know, like, again, we were talking about that, where you're put in a position where you have to tell on somebody that you love, right? Because they're mistreating you, and you don't want them to keep doing it. You want them to stop. And it puts you in a really bad spot. And especially when they put you in an isolation, and they don't want you to be around anybody. You know, they want you all to themselves. It's they look at you as a property rather than a human being, and it's really, really sad. And it just shouldn't be that way. It should never be that way. So, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And that's the thing too. They don't. That's the thing, Star. They do. They prey on the people that are smaller than them, right? Because they're bullies. And they don't know. Oh, that's awesome, Sandy. That's awesome. I know. That's a great idea. That's what we really need, is a good timeline of events, because and it's very difficult. I can send you some dates for the interviews, because I have those all lined out. Too, on the Proud Feet side. Now, when it comes to Seth, like I said, I know he was on Pascal T. Rev. There was another lady that he had gone on, and I can't remember what her name was. And then Crime Sleuthin' in Canada. She's awesome. So he was on her show too. But yeah, Star, that's what they do. They like to get you in that position where you're stuck relying on them. And that's when they pull the most crap on you, unfortunately. All right, guys, so we have the 6th clip here. But no, I mean, just in closing, in my opinion on that one, Seth did not prey on Katie or anything like that. That was all debunked, and I don't know why they keep pushing that and trying to make it seem like Seth is a bad person. I don't know. And then again, when Katie doesn't come to Seth's defense and say, hey, yeah, we were married and blah, 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 it's like she's lying by omission. So she's not saying it. Not saying anything is also kind of a lie too, right? Because she's just allowing it to be believed instead of sticking up for Seth. And one thing that I always found interesting was that on Smiley's interview, Katie said, I can't imagine what Sebastian's going to think about everybody bashing his parents. Well, I'm pretty sure that, and this was Chris's words were that Sebastian thought that his father, Seth, hung the moon. And he did think that way. I really do think he thought that way. And for Katie to sit here and allow this all to be happening to Seth like that, I think that that is beyond evil. And that's my opinion. And Sandy says Laura Lodge came up with a lot of dates, like when Seth and Katie got married, things like that. I can send you my spreadsheet. Maybe you can fill in some blanks. Yeah, that would be great, Sandy. I would love to work with you on that, because I think those things are important to the family dynamics. I started a family tree too, so I can send you that. And then Jude, Jude sent me over another one too. And now it was a little blurry, but you can kind of see just basically the family dynamics there. They have a lot of family members. I'm just surprised that no one has come forward. Like, the only person was Yada. I mean, we heard from Robin and then Seth's father, who shared his birthday with Sebastian. So we've heard his sister has been a wonderful support for him. I just don't understand, like, where these people are at. I don't know. And Star says, I'm efficient with Excel, so anything that can be sent to me would be great, Sandy. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I'm pretty good on Excel, but it's been a little while since I've used it, so I'm a little rusty with it. But um, and Chief says, I watched on YouTube channel, and I can't remember the channel, but they put a timeline together of CP's marriages, divorces to meeting KP, marrying her to the present, and I'll try to find it in my history. Oh, cool, Chief. That would be awesome. Yeah, I think that would be great if we could all work together on something cool like that, because that's where we're really going to make some headway. And I keep showing that picture that Bullhorn Betty put up of Chris when he with his first wife, because he has like a really cheesy smile and it makes me laugh. And Star says, you can ask Lady for my Facebook, or I can give you an email. Yeah, because I have you on. You're my. Oh, I have to go on Facebook. That reminds me. I told people to hit me up on Facebook, and then I think I have some friend requests in there. I'm so bad, you guys. I need to check my social media more often. I'm trying to get better with it. But I like going on Facebook because Michelle Lee's got a really great group, and she shares a lot of good information. And so I'll go on there and I try to like her stuff and share it, and things like that, because it's a really good group. I really like being a part of that group. And Sandy says, okay, started up a family tree and, on Ann said, oh, okay, see, I just did it based on what Yada was saying. So I like got a pen and paper, was writing down like what Yada was saying. And she said it helps just to keep the facts straight. Yeah. Oh, Excel guru. Hey, Sandy. That's awesome. That keeps you really organized. That's a good way to keep organized. Star. You ladies are awesome. Okay, so on clip 7, it's going to kind of get a little bumpy from here on out, guys. It probably kind of got bumpy when they start talking about Terry Lynn, and it just kind of getting bumpier and bumpier. But here we go. Let's do number
All
7.
right, guys. So I'm going to bring Chris up. So here we go.
All right.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
What's going on? I want to know what's this talk that somebody on this panel is saying that I told you that my truck was in that neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing or the night before.
That's not what was said. What was said was you said that your truck's Wi-Fi was in the cart when the cart team did their thing from on the 25th or the 26th. And I also restated that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing.
So that would have had to been the 26th when I got to my house
That's
around
what
Correct.
1 something in the
that's what
afternoon.
we said.
That's what we
what we
said.
said, Chris. That's exactly what we said.
Yeah, I said it has to have been when he was coming home from the work site.
That's
So
what was said.
my truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity, and the FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity, that area, until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the time frame, but
Not the
Well,
time
now
frame
you
because
know
we
the
didn't know
time
the
frame.
time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused, because I was like, what? And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home,
Well, see, the
or
problem
whatever.
is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire that goes crazy.
it's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
That's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus, and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
I
Truth.
have no idea. Hold on.
It's that fucking psycho.
Um,
Under Chris's name too.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
says crowd
yeah.
foot.
I see it in the back chat. Yeah.
So
I don't.
who is this person?
I
I
don't
That's
don't.
know.
Even,
I do. That's the person that's attached to that woman that accused you, Clue, of having
I
something to
have
do
no
with
idea
Sebastian.
who it is, to be honest with you.
What the hell's her name again? She was making those anti-Seth videos, and out of nowhere, she went nuts on us. Remember,
Oh, momming it
You
up.
talking about momming it up?
Oh, that
yeah,
crazy bitch.
that's her man in the back right now.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
Stop
she just
it.
said I'm psycho, LMFAO. Yeah, but you psycho as
It
fuck,
says,
and you need
Chris,
a
tell them to
biscuit,
let MK Ultra in.
and you
yeah.
need a
well,
biscuit.
I
It ain't
blocked
my
the page.
show to. It ain't my show to control who gets in and who gets out.
I wouldn't let them in for anything. Those people are fucking
No,
sus as hell.
So I'm not even going to pay attention to that. What I want to talk about is what we're doing up here,
Right.
right? The point of this situation is that all of the bullshit has got to fucking stop. All of it. The putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about. Seth needs to stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on,
And
hold on. Let
either
me stop you there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
bullshit.
Well, Chris, can I
What
ask
are
you
we?
about
Hold
the
on. What are we
pants?
putting out
Bullshit.
behind the
Hey,
scenes?
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do
What are
not
we
pull my
putting?
man card. Chris, don't pull my man card and put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody's man card.
Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well, the way you're making it sound is a little odder than it may be true. So maybe instead of getting like that with him, because he may not know what you're referring to, because to be
Yes, he
honest,
does.
but it's for Sebastian, right?
I'm not up here to have an issue with you, Chris. I just sat here and said, I don't think you have anything to do with the disappearance of your stepson. But do not put me in the position of you saying that there's not shit being pushed behind closed doors when you know damn well there has been.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there ain't a thing out there that we're afraid of. We
I don't
haven't
think there
done
is either.
anything. Hold on. Let me finish. Because this isn't about fucking sides. Once again, when all these creators can get past this shit and finally focus back on Sebastian, then the case might go somewhere. But it won't go anywhere if everybody is out here putting different narratives out there that don't need to be out there.
We all agree on that.
Right. But that includes
So once
everybody,
again,
Chris.
yeah, that
That
includes
includes,
everybody. And I'm going to
yeah.
tell you something. If you come at me sideways or you come at my family sideways, you can bet your tail that when we bring the proof, it's proof. It's plain and simple.
Well, but that's the thing, Chris. No one
I
is
don't throw
accusing
shade at people. I bring the proof. That's the difference.
about what?
Whatever, if y'all want to come out and say some shit, come out and say it.
Who is said? What are you worried about someone saying? Like,
It doesn't
I
matter
don't
because
know.
that's
I
the
don't know. Hold on.
problem.
I don't know
That's
how
the
much you
problem.
said.
Because you all come out and say different things and you all have your little riddle ways of putting shit out there.
I think you're confusing us with different people. Never have we done riddles. I
Truth out
never.
there yesterday or the other day said some stuff about Katie.
Like what, Chris? Open that can.
I don't have the exact quote on me, okay?
Well, if you're
I
going to
don't.
accuse me, if you're going to accuse me on my panel, be willing to back it up.
I am willing to back it up. If I have the exact quote, I would give it to you.
What was it about?
In regards to whether or not Katie was there or her going to the school looking for Sebastian,
You mean my question of why did Katie go to the school? Is it because Sebastian had maybe missed the bus and had walked there at some point? You're upset about that?
the way it was projected made it sound like you're questioning why did she even go to the school in the first place?
That's exactly what I was asking.
Because
Why, out
she's
of
a mother
everywhere,
who has a son that goes to that school. Why
right?
wouldn't you go to the school and look for your kid?
I would agree
That
with
was
Why?
that.
I
Why?
mean,
I would
I
have gone there too.
I would have done the
my
same thing.
question was not my question was there a history of Sebastian walking to school, which is why she first thought, let me go to the school. Now, if you took that as me being disrespectful, that wasn't what it was. It was, why was her first thought go to the school? It's a
Because,
simple question.
right. And it's a simple, logical answer to think about, too. It
Okay, so
is a Monday morning. He was supposed to be at school. So, just like any other parent out there who has children, they're going to do the exact same thing.
I mean, if my child was missing, I would be out screaming from the rooftops for him.
And you're saying that she's not.
I'm absolutely saying she is not out screaming from the rooftops for her child.
What you don't know happens behind closed doors is
That's
our
not
business.
screaming from the rooftops.
Wait a
If
minute,
no
wait a
one
minute.
can hear her.
The problem is every time that somebody comes out and does something or says something, it gets twisted and turned in such a negative light. It doesn't matter who it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
It's true,
I
100%.
don't disagree with you on that. But when
I mean,
So once again, you're out here saying this.
hold on. No, I'm out here saying this because I've said that. Hold on. I've said this to you and Katie personally, have I not?
You have, Truth. And what you
Okay. And
don't
did I not?
understand is you're not here in this situation. You're
Hold
not
on.
seeing the whole picture.
Hold on. Now, when I had that conversation with you, was it one conversation, 10 conversations?
Truth, we've had several conversations.
Okay. Now, did I ever have that conversation with you with any ill intent whatsoever?
No.
Okay, guys. So I really just right off the bat have to say that Chris is always saying that things are getting twisted, and then he claims to have the proof, but we've never seen any proof from him. He has never produced receipts for us ever. And that's going back to when he was fighting with people on Facebook about whether he took a polygraph or not. Just over and over and over again. But you know who we have seen physical receipts from is Seth. Like where he was the night that Sebastian essentially went missing. And so I just find it so frustrating that he will sit there and yell and scream, and then everyone backs down to Chris. Even when they want to say something to him, it's like they back down to him right away. And he's not even making any sense in my opinion. He's just one of those things where he's just loud, obnoxious, and if he yells and screams, then people will just back down at him. And I don't know why he feels like he can't just talk and say how he feels without yelling, but I think he's just so used to blowing up on people and then them backing down that that's just the way that now he gets what he wants. In a way, he throws a fit and then he gets what he wants. He's like a spoiled child. And then like Sandy says, he's interviewing with a man for a change, which we know that he set up a whole situation with Clue and Cletus where Cletus was going to talk and Clue wasn't going to talk, and see, he talks to men, blah 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 blah. Well, we know that was all set up. So it is interesting that he is speaking with a man in this regard, and he's still screaming and yelling and throwing a fit. But it seems like Truth is kind of not backing down as easily. But the minute that he starts in on Granny, she just backs right down. And what she was saying was valid. Well, some of, not obviously not everything, but some of it was. And then the minute that he didn't like what she was saying, he just like jumps her shit for it. And it's just par for the course. Excuse me. And we've seen this play out many, 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 many times. And now again, we see Truth being very adamant about the fact that Chris and Katie are putting things out behind the scenes, and nobody really knows about what's going on there. Let's see. Oh, okay. And then Chris makes another threat, and he loves threatening people, right? This is another thing that we've seen over and over and over with Chris. He loves to threaten people. So he says, "Don't come at me or my family sideways." you know, it's weird. And then he says he's going to produce some kind of proof, which he never does. And then I did see Star and Sandy's comments. So you guys were saying that about 9/16, 9/25, they bought the house. So September of 2022, roughly. Which I appreciate that, guys. Just because it kind of puts things into perspective. Now, not long after they purchased that house, according to Tony, in October, there was the first of 5 CPS reports. So the first of 5 CPS reports, and that's where it all kind of began in that household. I don't know if there were any prior CPS reports in the other house they were living in or in that school district, but I do know that that is the rough time frame. October of 22 would have been, because then 23 and then January 24 was the last of it. So, and we went over that in the other lives too. So yeah, it's just, I mean, it's par for the course with Chris. He's constantly doing that. He's constantly threatening people. People, if he doesn't like what people have to say, he jumps all over them. And it's just, it's frustrating. It's just very, very frustrating. And he, you know, again, it's always about him and Katie and them getting bashed and blah, 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 wah, 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 and nothing about Sebastian, although he says that Sebastian is the top priority. All right, guys, let's watch this next clip. And we're on number 8, I believe. Yes, because we were on 7. So let's do 8.
Okay.
Not well.
So
Hold
why
on.
are
Hold
you
on. Wait a
mad
minute.
at
Wait a
me?
minute. Let me
Why
correct my
why
answer
are you
here.
mad? Because I'm asking questions. Because I
Well, I'm
want, just
mad.
like
Hold on.
you
Well,
want,
let me answer your
Sebastian to be
question.
home.
I mean,
Let
you
me
got to
answer your
give him a chance
question.
to talk, Truth. To be fair,
So automatically, my phone has been blowing up ever since you started talking about my truck. So it's shit like that when it's put out there and you don't have the right information, which I'm pretty sure I've told you that before,
I said
that
exactly
when my
what you
truck was
just said.
there, once again, are you going to let me finish?
If you'll listen to what I say and repeat it
I was
correctly,
trying
sure.
to, but I was trying to finish my statement.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
So I've told you this before, and the cat's out of the bag. FBI looked into me a long time ago. They've tracked my whereabouts with no problems.
Our Francis
So when you come out
Rosenbaum,
here and somebody makes a statement, and then once again, like I've said before, you say something and 50,000 people take it and they run with it and they twist and turn it. And you could bet your sweet ass this conversation will be twisted within less than probably an hour of the show being over, if not twisted now.
It's twisted now.
somebody's
Not,
live. Somebody's live.
but
Oh,
here's
they're
the
all in the
thing.
chat.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
true.
how people, it doesn't matter how people twist it, right? Like they're going to
For
twist
you, it doesn't
everything.
matter
You
because
just,
you're not
hold
living
on.
this life that we live.
Are you going to let me
Plain and
finish?
simple.
Are you going to let me finish? Because I'm
Sure.
listening to you, right? You cannot come on here and act like I'm doing something wrong because I'm paying attention to you and Katie. And you have no problem with everybody throwing shade at Seth. You have no problem with that. Okay. You can't come on here and pick apart something I'm saying because you don't agree with it now, but you sit there and have no problem with people attacking Seth. Okay.
I have problems when I
That's
gave
not
you the
fair.
truth. I
Your
have a
truth.
problem when I gave you the truth.
What
Truth.
truth? What truth?
I told you about my truck.
Is that not what I just said on my live? I literally said what you said. So why are you arguing with me about that?
Because there's a lot of questions about it. Because
That has nothing to
not
do with me.
everybody.
I said word for word what you said.
No, you didn't. Because it wasn't. Well, my truck would have been there the 25th or the 26th.
That's not what I said.
There is no question about me on the 25th. I didn't show up until at least 1:00 in the afternoon on the 26th. Period.
Can you just clarify the situation, Chris? Like what exactly? You show up on the 26th. They go for open networks. Like what was the story? Just so it doesn't go further. And
So on the 26th, when I got there, okay, I went and talked to the detective. Probably, I don't know, I wasn't even home maybe in 30 minutes. And I went and talked to the detectives. Okay. Later on that day, I mean, there was, like we've said before, there's been people in and out of that house quite often. They brought in their special little tools and their gadgets, and they do what they do. When they saw that there was my truck's internet on their system, they were like, well, this is a new one. Well, no shit, because it's my truck.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total
So
sense.
my truck doesn't need to be in anybody's conversations about where it was, when it was, and how it was.
Chris, did you hear me say that I don't believe that Chris had
I
anything
did
to do
hear
with
you say
Sebastian?
that.
Okay. So then in saying that, when I spoke about your truck, do you think I was insinuating that you had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance?
No,
I
it's
mean,
not
If
what I
I, if
said,
I,
Truth. That's not what I
if,
said.
I
It's not
know.
what I
So my
said.
point is, it was said that your truck was there. I explained that they did because you told me that they did the geofencing thing for the 25th and 26th. Okay. Am I right?
I didn't tell you exactly what dates. I told you when they
Okay.
did it. However,
Okay.
what I'm
Either way.
telling you is don't insinuate my truck or me on the 25th or the morning of the 26th.
I didn't. So why are you still
Because
stuck on
I
that?
mean, truth. To be fair, like I'm really trying to focus on the chat because I know we have trolls, and there are people saying that you kind of were insinuating. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of felt that too.
And
I think
that's
that's
why I was
why,
confused. I was like,
right?
what?
I
I
think
really
that's why
was.
me and Bonnie were both like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" Like, I
Go
mean,
back. Go back and
you
say
do
what I
have a
said.
way. Hold on, you do have a way of saying things like this mysterious fucking chocolate in a like fucking Valentine box. Like, what the fuck am I gonna get? I don't know until I bite. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be
all right,
rude,
Forrest
but I
Gump.
mean you do insinuate when you
Mm.
speak.
I mean, I guess what's okay is that we can grill Seth to the end, but we can't grill Chris and we can't grill Katie.
No, I
Because
don't
if
think
we do
anybody's
that,
saying that.
No,
no,
I
hold
No.
on. I'm gonna stand. I have the right to say my own opinion. I'm not saying y'all agree with me, right? But it's interesting to me that Seth has been accused of horrible things with Katie. Seth has been accused of
Well,
being
Seth put that
abusive.
out
Hold
there.
on, hold on. Can I finish, please? Just 1 second. Seth has been accused of being physically abusive to Sebastian. Chris has been accused of these things. But what we're arguing is a truck being in the area. That's what made you jump up here. Not all the other accusations, but
So
the
once
way
again,
that
well, yeah.
the
So
truck.
we'll address that real quick. It's real simple. What goes on in our family is not the public's business. We're not going to sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what in the world goes on or what happened in the past or any of that nature. That is not the public's business. I'm not going to sit up here and do what Seth did. That's not happening.
So wait.
So I don't care if it offends or hurts somebody's feelings that, God forbid, the parent between Seth and I'm not going to sit here and bash Seth. I'm not going to sit here and put out personal information. That's nobody's business. How many people out there in all of these things have all said the same thing, that it should have never happened? And it's correct. It shouldn't have.
I
It
agree.
doesn't do anything.
Well, and comparing what Seth goes through, there's a shit ton more people that are accusing Chris and Katie. Look at them in your chat. Fucking
Yeah,
Listen, I'm
have
not.
been in here
Listen, hold on,
before.
it's
hold on.
wild
I
in there.
don't.
Like,
It
I mean,
is.
your
And they're
chat,
saying, oh, Seth doesn't care if people talk about him. Tell me he fucking doesn't when I'm paying a lawyer for an injunction.
yeah,
When
that's
he
a
said how
lie.
sick
and
That's
on
cease and
top of it,
desist.
a bold
truth.
faced lie. He cares.
Well, I will say this, truth. You and I, we've had our conversations, and we respect each other enough to understand we
For
don't
sure.
always agree, and we don't always
Absolutely.
disagree.
For sure.
But when your chat and my phone blows up with the perception of what you were I'm not saying you're directly insinuating it, but even the fact that the way it came out was enough that my phone blew up.
Listen, here's the thing.
And that's a serious issue, man.
The serious issue is that Sebastian's missing. That's the serious issue. Your phone
Well,
blowing up
yes,
doesn't
that's
mean
the
a
top
damn.
priority.
Honestly, I'm not trying to
that's
be
the top priority.
disrespectful, but for people to be hitting your phone up, that tells me there's a lot of people on YouTube that have your fucking phone number.
No, just a lot of people have Facebook Messenger.
Well, maybe that, but my point is, I'm not responsible for the chat. Okay, I haven't even been paying attention to the chat because they've been saying just as much nasty shit about me in my chat. Okay, I'm talking to you. I've been talking to you through my message,
Yes.
through my lives. I've been
Right.
talking to Katie through my lives. I've done it behind the scenes and personal. There is absolutely nothing, and Chris, you've got to be able to agree with me on this. There's nothing that I've said up here on this panel that you and I haven't talked about before.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
So I'm not
But
up here. Listen, I'm not up here to smear you or smear Katie or smear Seth. Okay, that's
it's
not my
a
goal.
smear. Listen, it's not a smear. It's the fact of an insinuation or the way that people perceive it. And what do? They're going to turn around and they're going to blow up the phone lines, the tip lines, and push this narrative that is so false. That's what they're going to do.
Margaret, I am so sorry to hear that. I know. He's definitely triggering Donna. I agree. But Margaret, it was hilarious when you put that he's whining, little baby. I know, and that it is like a man baby, like it's like grow up, Chris. This is what I'm talking about, guys. With the Wham burger and some French fries because it's like, okay, he's crying. He's always crying. He's always crying. And then you got Granny up there. And she's always crying. It's about something. And so, but Chris says the quote that I think it was from Web Sleuths. He said this to Chloe Pi, but he says, "You bet your sweet ass," and he said that to oh boy, he said that to Truth. He said, "You bet your sweet ass" to Truth, which was kind of awkward for a man to say to another man, just in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. And where's Chief? We got see. This is why we need Chief in here because he needs to tell me. I'm not a man, so I don't know, but I wouldn't say "you bet your sweet ass" to another woman. I might say that to a man. But as a man, is it okay for another man to say, like, "you bet your sweet ass"? I don't know. This is explicit. This whole live has been, very awful language. All right, so he's always crying about other people, and he never looks in the mirror. And that's Chris for you. And that's how he is. And it's not original. You know what I mean? We have ladies in the chat going, "Yeah." I mean, it's okay if he is, but he acts very he acts like he's one of those tough guys. So I'm like, okay, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder. Um and the name is not Megan Sloss, so I don't know. Oh, okay, yeah. I think we talked about one of the laws. He has proof, but he didn't have proof of what Truth supposedly said about KP. I know, right? And that's the thing. Like, he doesn't have any kind of. It's just awful. He's awful to listen to. And Donna's right. You guys are right. He's awful, but he's not original. We dealt with these guys before, right? Because it's just the way it is. See, couponing, yeah. So it's like, and Gracie, she's shaking her head over there. Um, no, it's okay. I mean, we're fine with everybody in their preferences and everything like that. Like, I would hate to ever, but it just kind of made me laugh when we're talking about Chris because I mean, I'm sure he'll get his panties in a bundle over that one, and need his baba. But but I found it really interesting that Truth was saying, well, it's fine for Seth to get attacked, but and you're just fine with that, but you don't want people to attack you or Katie, but you'll allow people to believe all of this negativity towards Seth. And then also, if you're so worried about it, then why were you allowing him to have free reign with Sebastian? It's because they're not. Now, this is the most interesting part so far, in my opinion, when it's pertaining to this case. Everything else is kind of more or less like opinions. Truth was upset because of some things that were going on behind the scenes. That is very interesting to me. I always knew that they were talking with Clue, though, and she was pushing out their narrative for them because, I mean, obviously they're friendly. And that's her prerogative. I'm not faulting her for that. That is up to her. It's her channel. She can do whatever she wants on her channel, obviously. But this is what I really find to be interesting, guys. So I wanted to kind of take a little bit of time on this, and I'm going to put like a little star next to it too, because Chris's truck allegedly connected to the Wi-Fi internet. He was very triggered by Truth bringing up this conversation. So, oh, good, Chief, good. I was just wondering if you ever told another man to, you bet your sweet ass. That's all. That's all. um, and so basically, he was really triggered, and he sounds like he's caught up, right? He's really caught up, and he's upset that he and Truth had this conversation um, behind the scenes, and basically he was telling Truth about the fact that the police knew that he was in that location. He says that he didn't get home until after 1 p.m., at least 1 p.m. He told Smiley it was more like around like 1:30 in the afternoon, if I can recall. Now, the police conducted something called geofencing, and that was on the 25th, and then for the morning of the 26th. And so what geofencing is, and I'm just going to read the definition here just to make it easier. Um, excuse me. So I'm still getting over that little cold I had, guys. So basically, it's to create a virtual geographic boundary around an area by means of GPS or RFID technology. So basically, mapping out an area with a GPS, enabling and it's software, and it triggers a response when a mobile device, so like a cell phone, enters or leaves an area, right? So they use this technology to create a virtual geographic boundary, which enables the software to let them know, right, where, when, and when someone enters or leaves an area based on their cell phone. So as long as they have their cell phone, that's how they can really be pinpointed where they were. And according to the GPS and all of that, then if he was in the area on the 25th or the morning of the 26th, then in that case, that means that we know that he wasn't in Memphis, right? And so of course he's triggered, of course he's pissed, he's been caught up, right? And Truth is, yes, okay, thank you, Gracie. So 1:30. 1:30. Oh, cool, Chief, thank you. And Donna said, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot Donna's. Donna says, like I said the other night, he has little man syndrome. Yes, Napoleon complex for sure. Star says, I mean, if a man said that, bet your sweet ass to another man. It sounds really bad. It sounds really bad. Like the last time he said it was to Chloe Pi. Poor Chloe Pi. He said that to her though. I want the family tree when it's finished, please. Yes, yes. We got to work on that, guys. That would be the best way to come together and work on cool things like that. I think that would be fantastic. We need to do that. That's positive. That's moving in the right direction, I think. Gracie says Seth put all of that out himself about Katie. I heard it myself. I heard it myself. Right? Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing too. I mean, there was things coming out left and right about the whole situation. So it's not like, um, I mean, if I'm being honest, I would let things out too because I would want people to be able to find my daughter if she was missing. You know, I wouldn't want to hold too many secrets. I would want to tell. At that point, what do you have to lose? Nothing. And when you ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing to lose. That's Bob Dylan. And Margaret says it's all about Chris and not about Sebastian. He even said that people will not find Sebastian. Exactly. He said this is a case they'll be studying for years and all of this nonsense. And it's crazy. And he expects us to be okay with that. That's what I can't still wrap my mind around. Like, you expect us all to be okay with you saying that about Sebastian, how he's never going to be found. Um, saying to Seth, what are you going to do, if this doesn't go, if this goes south? Who says that? He's lucky Seth didn't punch him out right there. And Chief says, maybe say it to a female if you want to get slapped. Say it to a man and get a worse reaction. I know, exactly. That's what we were thinking. All right, Star. Thank you, Chief. I think we got our answer. And Gracie says, yes, like the games we used to play, finding coins, etc. Yeah, exactly. It depends on the sarcasm, right? Yeah, exactly. Or in a joking way. Exactly. Yeah. Like, and he's saying it like, it's too funny. It's too funny. You guys got me over at my computer working on the family tree again. Oh, thank you, Sandy. That's great. I'll send you my little thing too. I found like an actual little tree that has the bubbles in it, but it was really hard because I had to make the letters really small. Because Rosenbaum is like a long last name. Um, and Tracy says, "You go, Sandy. I appreciate your hard work. Yada and I even." Oh, Yada might be able to help you too. Yeah, see, that's how I kind of figured it out from Yada. I did a lot of I did a lot of listening to what she said, and I was writing it all down. Um, we can always go over the Yada interview again, guys. I thought it was really interesting, very, very interesting, and obviously that's her aunt, so it's nice to hear from her family member. He even mentioned concrete. Yes, he did, Star. And Terry Lynn called his butt out about that and said, look, why did you think it was funny whenever they asked you that? And he's like, because they don't understand, blah, 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 blah. Like, he always has an excuse. Yada interviewed with Bullhorn Betty Gracie on her show. Um, yeah, so, and then also, he was like complaining about how his phone blew up. So what? Who cares? So your phone is blowing up. Like he said it as if it like literally like blew up. And it's like, what in the world? Like, who cares, Chris? Big deal, your phone. I mean, I don't know. It's taking the focus off of what they really should be focused on, which is not his phone or anything like that. It's about Sebastian. Yes, he did star. I will never forget that ever. Yeah. It was awful. It was awful to even and if he didn't have anything to do with it, or if he thought that was a horrible thought, why wouldn't he be like, that's awful, and I don't even want to think about my stepson being in that condition or something like that, but he didn't. He thought it was funny. Which is, it's I can see where something might be laughable. Yeah, okay, well whatever, but I mean, not when your kid's missing. You would be worried and you wouldn't want people talking about stuff like that. And Star says that made me really wonder about the construction timeline at St. Jude's. I know, because they do pour the concrete out at St. Jude's. And see, they were pouring concrete at that time. And he also confirmed that himself. There's an old case called the Springfield 3. and it was a mother, a daughter, and her daughter's friend, and they poof vanished. Like, they have not found these women, and they have been missing. I think it's been for like over 30 years now. I mean, it's a long case. There was a lot of speculation that when they put in the new Cox Hospital in Springfield, Missouri, that they were entombed underneath of the concrete that was poured. And it's always been a very interesting case to me, but it's very, very sad. And when we talk about contaminating a crime scene, the exact same thing happened there, where people were coming in and out. They were erasing and playing messages off the answering machine, because back then they used the answering machine, right? With like an actual tape cassette and everything. And it was just, it was a real, um, like, failure when it came to preserving the crime scene, because their purses were there. I mean, they didn't take their purses. It was just all a big, but really interesting case. They've done a lot of documentaries on it, and they are still out there somewhere. And the mother of the daughter, who was with her friend, she still is looking for her daughter. She still doesn't know where she is. And Gracie said it made me wonder about the construction near their house. Yeah, that's a good point too. I wondered about that as well. Um, it's a really good point. I mean, that's why I have that one picture of like the dumpster back there. Um, yeah, yeah, I always wondered about that too. And Sandy says, yeah, I found a Rosenbaum family. I went over the interview and got stuff, so I already done that, and then I have to hit a brick wall. Or I have hit a brick wall. Okay, so I will send you over that ancestry one too that Jude sent to me, because that's really helpful too, because it has Katie's dad's side. See, that's where I was stumped up too, was like when you know, the pain side, and then I had like, I think his sister, his name, and then his sister's name, so like Katie's aunt on that side, possibly. And Star said, I would like that very much, because I try, but there's so many clips, etc. Yeah, it is. There's so much information, and it's really difficult, especially since a lot of it's happened on YouTube. And a lot of these lives are like 3 and 4 hours long. I mean, like the one that we're breaking down now is just super long. And couponing says, Grace says yes. Makes me wonder too about that place too, by their house. Yeah, couponing, that construction site is very, very curious. A lot of it's very, very curious. I mean, especially when we're talking about this truck. That is one thing that I'm very, very focused on, and want to explore a little bit more, because if this is true, then this would put Chris a, I mean, I don't know exactly what it pinpointed, what the geo fencing actually pinpointed, but either way, it puts him in the area. So when was the timestamp for that, or when was he actually in that area? It's very, very, very curious to me. And he's pissed. You know what I mean? He was not happy that this was being discussed. Which, I mean, I'll be honest. If I was in that position and say I was innocent, I wouldn't be happy with it either, because then I'd be like, oh, here we go. We're going to start a lot of speculation again, and blah, 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 blah. However, a lot of times when people get that angry over something that small, if they're innocent, I mean, it's like, dost thou protest too much? So it's been a Shakespearean day for us. But I mean, just meaning like, the fact that you're protesting so much leads me to believe that you are guilty. And if you weren't doing such a thing, then I would actually overlook it. But since you're so adamant, it almost makes you look more guilty. You know what I'm saying? And he tends to do that to himself quite a bit. Ah. You guys are so awesome. And Gracie says, however, it would be difficult getting a body on a St. Jude property in front of everyone. Absolutely. But I don't know. Was the construction site like kind of off to the side where they could have kind of snuck in at night when the hospital's very quiet? Was that part of the hospital in more of a like a secluded, quiet area? I'd be curious to know more about that. Because I know that there was like a fenced off area, but like say the emergency side where all the vehicles would be coming in at night was on the other side of the hospital, and that side was like a quieter wing. It's very possible. I spent a lot of times in hospitals like with my mom, and then at nighttime it would be super duper quiet, almost eerily quiet at the hospital. So again, it's a children's hospital, but you know, same thing. Even when a friend of mine had her baby prematurely, we went up to Barnes Jewish in St. Louis, and that's a big city hospital too, which my mom was in Chicago as well. But it gets eerily quiet at a hospital in the middle of the night, unless you're on the emergency side where all people are coming in and you got the emergency vehicles and things like that. Gracie says, when I called St. Jude via their construction, they said that they had crews 24/7. Okay, I've heard differing things like that. I've heard that they do have crews 24/7, but then I also heard that they don't start until a certain time. And maybe that was because Chris's crew didn't start until a certain time. Because you know how Chris does work overnight sometimes now. I don't know if he still is, but he was for a little while. And, then that means that they do run cranes all the time, 24/7. Right? So I don't know. And he was supposedly working over at Vanderbilt as well. And he was on the night shift when he was doing that. So it's interesting. It wasn't just like a morning, just in the daytime. They ran cranes throughout the night. And Gracie says an entire new subdivision was being built. Yeah, that whole new phase of the subdivision was right next door to their subdivision. Remember, adults can be adopted or they can change their last names themselves. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Star. Exactly. And Gracie says, you're welcome, beautiful Star. Brought me a little comfort. Chief says, I think what we need to do is look at KP's training in the Navy and see what she is capable of, such as communication, telecommunication, computer data. Training is very interesting if her and Chris, let me see. Yeah, okay. So Katie, had anything to do with it, just saying. Yeah, okay. So one thing that there's a lot of things that they learn, right, in the training. So, depending on when they served. So Chris is a little bit older than Katie, and sometimes they're going to see more action depending on when they are in, right, and where they're stationed, what their specialties are. Katie's very smart. Okay, Katie's very strong. Um, she was a fighter in the Navy, right? She also went to school at DeVry, which is like a technical institute. My brother went there. And so I believe that she is very good with tech and obviously installing things, troubleshooting electronics, different things like that. So she's savvy in that way. So I find that really interesting. Another thing that I find very interesting is the fact that the military personnel can do a lot of different things in terms of knots. When you're in the Navy, you learn about those different kinds of knots and different things like that. Um, and you also learn how to um, dispose of the enemy's remains, for lack of a better way to say it. And that just turns my stomach thinking about it. Couponing says dispatcher call that day they found a footprint on the retention pond. Yes, they at the retention pond. Yes, they did. Yes, ma'am, they did. And I don't know if they took any type of mold of that or anything like that. I would think that they did. I remember hearing that also. And I find it to be very curious. Very, very curious. And Star says, yes, I really do hate to think the worst. My gut says one thing and my heart hopes for another. That's really well said, Star. I think that's how all of us feel at this point. That was what was so heartbreaking to watching the tonight. That was the hardest thing. Because someone in the chat earlier was saying too, like, come on, we all know, and it's like, I know, but Gracie says yes, it does. Adults can be adopted at a certain age. A Lifetime did a special series on this. Grace, I actually was adopted in Missouri. Not legally or anything like that, but my best friend Billy, his mom, is like my mom. And whenever I moved, she's like, I feel like my daughter's moving away. And it made me feel really good because she's awesome. I miss her terribly. And Star says KP was an interior communications electrician. Yeah, she's super savvy. And then she was also still going to school, right? Because she was telling Nancy Grace how she was reading a book for school, or she was reading some chapters for school. And Nancy says, where you go to school? She says DeVry. And then also she said, well, what are you going to school for? And she said, business. All right. She said business administration, which I don't really know if that's true. I think it was more like a communications, because like I don't remember. Now, it's been a long time since I've been familiar with DeVry. My brother is only a couple years younger than me, but he definitely went to DeVry. And yeah, so she told Nancy it was for business. So yeah, in the Navy she's electrician. Yes. Yes, she was. And I mean, that's a good skill that transfers over, you know what I mean? Star says CP was a career counselor. He was? I did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, so since we're talking about this, I'll have to bust out my picture. I'm so grateful to Betty for posting this. This is so funny. All right, here we go. We need some kind of relief here. Aw. Oh, let's see. There he is. This poor gal. I won't show her because I feel bad for her. There we go. In the Navy. Okay. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I can't help it. I can't help it. So he was a career counselor. I would hate to walk into his office. And Gracie says, here in our state, most construction is at all. Oh, okay. Is all at night only due to the heat. Oh, I see. So they work at night. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know for sure he had a night position. Because he said he was working overnights and then he was calling into shows like at late night and stuff like that. And Chief says, Star, that's only one part of her training. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, think about the military training. I mean, Gracie, you were in you served too. You're an Army. And so like you've learned all kinds of different training. I mean, survival, getting rid of the enemy. There's a lot of stuff. To speculate too. But it is interesting with her specialty, and then also her connection with Brinks. I did a lot of research, and I have it in my little binder here. And it was before was it the mob crew that did the scanner breakdown, or the jammers? Because I did a whole lot of research on that, like what would make the cameras go down, what are some reasons, and they said that if somebody knows how to work those jammers, they can jam everything up. And it just depends on whether it's hardwired to the house or whether it's on a Wi-Fi signal. I mean, there's a lot of factors. It was a lot of research and a lot of things I had to like kind of look up and understand before I can move forward with the research, because I was like, I don't know what these things are. I have no use to jam anybody's internet, so I don't know. And Sandy says, "Sir, are you sure? I found that stuff on LinkedIn and I don't think that it's the same Chris Proudfoot." Oh, okay. I don't know. See, I wouldn't have pinned him for that. I don't know what I would pin him for, but he's more a construction guy, right? So I wouldn't have pinned him for like a career counselor. And Couponing says Silver's on the Scene had some interesting videos. He does. He has great videos. That's what I used for one of my his little picture that he took after he talked to some of Chris's coworkers, and he like kind of broke it down, and I screenshotted it. I put that up when I was going live because I thought that was really interesting. Hey Jude, hey girl, what's up? What's up? Nice to see you. Katie was also an MMA fighter. That's what I was saying. She was a fighter. Like she's a tough girl in that regard. So yeah, she's not meek. She's not as meek as she makes herself out to be. And Chief says, I'm talking about Katie's training. Yeah. Katie's training, which was, I mean, and they're both gonna get the different types of training based on their specialties, of course. But, and also, like I said, Chris served at a different time than Katie did, because she's much younger than him. Not much younger, but I think within 5 years, or about 5 years. Don't quote me though. That's just a rough estimate. And Sandy says, I agree, Chief. I can't wait. But I can't find any information on their military. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is going to be like classified. Usually it's closed off. A lot of times you can find out whether they were honorably or dishonorably discharged, but it's like the DD1 something. Help me out, Gracie, with that. What are the discharge papers called? I forget. I dated a Marine, and that's the only reason I know that. And that was years and years ago. And Couponing says, yes, she worked and had a Brinks van. Yeah, at the house. Yeah, she sure did. That white van is the Brinks van. And Sandy says, Ancestry has changed it. It doesn't give you anything anymore. Oh, well, that's too bad. Gracie says, Star says it. Gracie, I'm pretty sure due to crane experience. Oh, okay. And Sandy says, hey, Jude, my love. Couponing. Star says Tower Crane School of Phoenix, so I think so. Tower Crane School of Phoenix, huh? I didn't even know there was a Tower Crane School. Thank you, Gracie. Star says, good to see ya. Or, hey, Jude says, Star, good to see you. Couponing, did I see Tony shedding tears this evening too? I don't know. He never does though. But he might have been. I don't. It was emotional. It was so emotional, you guys. Like I don't know what I was thinking. I like refreshed my makeup and stuff, and then I start watching the live, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I should have known better. I knew it was gonna be emotional. It's just, um, you know. Yeah, everyone had some tears, right, Star? Yeah, I do too. Not the derp. Yeah, exactly. I know, and that's the thing. Like I've not seen. Chris has never shed a tear, right? He has never shed a public tear. Katie, the second interview was the only time I ever saw her do that. but he is a derp. And Sandy says, I don't think that that's the same CP that was up in San Francisco. I'll tell you what this is, the most complicated family tree I've ever looked at, and I've built quite a few family trees. Oh gosh, that's cool, Sandy. Yeah, I've never really built one before. Like, I mean, obviously, other than my own, I know my family tree, but um, and she says, in other words, she has the knowledge of perhaps changing cell phone pings, mimicking where they are located. Oh, wow, Chief, that's really interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, all I know for sure is that Katie is actually super tech savvy. She has technical training from the military, obviously, electrician, right? So she knows different wiring, different. I mean, to me, that's like a completely different brain than I have, right? My brain doesn't really work that way. I'm not interested in it at all. And so that also makes it more difficult for me to learn it because I could care less. Like, I mean, I know the tech stuff is interesting to me, but I'd rather use it to like, you know, create a thumbnail or something like that than to install anything for somebody. I can barely install my own stuff. Sandy said, a star says, Sandy, so I can look into it more, but there are a lot of connections from that LinkedIn that fit. Okay, LinkedIn. See, that's always a good one to find people's history on stuff. Hey, Jude said, I heard from a source Chris cleaned up / deployed after the tsunami. Oh, okay. Okay. So he was in that time. When was the tsunami? I don't know when that tsunami is. I'm going to have to Google it. And Star says, yes, his LinkedIn says Gallatin, Tennessee. Okay. Does he have a picture? Does he have a picture in there of his mug? Hey, Jude says the huge tsunami that hit Indonesia. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think. Thank you, Jude. I was trying to think of where exactly it was. I just remember the whole dang ocean receded and then it rained terror upon everyone. Tsunami in boop. Indonesia. Oh, 2004. 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami. So on December 26, 2004. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't think it was in December for some reason. The day after Christmas in 2004. So, and Sandy says, okay, I'll revisit LinkedIn. That guy was on interpersonal relationship counselor. Interpersonal relationship? I don't know if that fits the foot. Step foot. Set you a screenshot. Oh, thank you. Hold on, Star. Let me look here. Oh, I wonder if I'll have to pull it on my other phone. That's right, because I have this one as my personal one. Yeah, this one I have my personal one on. Aw. My daughter's dog, when she got fixed, she was wearing a cone. Darn, I might have to switch over. Actually, yeah, it's gonna make me do an authentication stuff to get to it, Star. Could you email it to me? It's just ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com with no apostrophe in it. Yeah, because I'd love to see those. Yeah, see, and then my messenger is on this one. I need to get my whole life together with this, guys. Well, 3. Katie wasn't MMA, but she studied karate. according to Seth. Oh, I do remember that. Hey, Jude, I remember now that he did say that. Chris is the machete and Katie is the karate. And Sandy says, okay, my head is starting to hurt. I just screwed up Katie's family tree on Ancestry. I need to stop. Oh, well, it's all right. You could always start again. I know it's a pain in the rear. It really is. Sandy, the family is extra, extra. I told her, Jude, that I was going to send her that one that you sent me over because I was like, that one was awesome. And then I could send the one that I made too. That'll help. But if you said that you got it from Yeda, then, or what from what Yeda says, you probably have the same. And Margaret says, I think Katie is close to my son's age. My son's age is 34. Yeah, because so she was 18 in 2000, 2008, and she was 18 when they were married. Seth and Katie were married. So yeah, that would put her about that age. Yeah, I knew she was younger than me. Which at first, when I first saw her, I thought she was my age, but then, not to be, rude or anything, but. And Hey Jude says Margaret Chappell. Yes, Katie was born in 89. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, yeah, 89 for KP. And then I know Chris is a bit older. But I mean, I don't blame her. A lot of women date older guys, you know what I mean? Or girls like to date older boys. Did you find Svensons? Oh, yeah, the Svensons. I know who. And Katie was born in 89. I found a birth record, and there is no father listed. So when she was born, her last name was Rosenbaum. It's possible it's not her, but it's just too close. It has to be her. Yeah, I think you're right. Thank you, Jude. Yes, I was trying to think. I didn't think it was after the day after Christmas, though. That was weird. And Margaret says, "Okay, I thought so." My daughter looked up our family tree. That is so cool to do the family trees. I think it's awesome. I think it's your father, Donald Payne. And Margaret says, I thought the service was supposed to help grow, but it didn't help Chris one bit. Yeah, no kidding. Well, then we find out that he was in trouble, or he was about to be in trouble, so that's why he really went, which is interesting. And Chief says, you got to look back at it this way. You're going to want your enemy to think you're somewhere, but in reality, you're somewhere else for an element of surprise. That is really very true. That is really very, very, very true. Um, Absolutely. You learn different tactics, you know. You just learn those different tactics. Margaret says the beaver is on. Hi, Janine Simmons. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, love. And Chief Blasted. And we got our friends in here. Thank you. Tsunami was 2004. KP married Vanessa Brinkley in Norfolk, Virginia in 2004. Oh, okay. He did. And see, I'm too busy making fun of his picture, but it's right on there. I know it's in 2004. Yeah, they can't really get a hold of that Rachel one, but that one, I worry about that one because that one was weird. They were talking about all kinds of scary stuff on Smiley that one night, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that poor woman. All right, guys, so we were on number 8, and let's go ahead and play 9. All right, so Chris was whining because his phone was blowing up. I wonder who was calling him. YouTubers or what? Because even Truth said something like, that just tells me that a lot of YouTubers have your phone number. And then he's like, no, they have my Facebook Messenger. Because, he was telling everybody, you could hit me up on Facebook. But, all right, here, guys, we'll go ahead and play this next one. Number 8. Yeah. No, number 9. My bad. Sorry. That's why I write them down. There we go.
But hasn't that been the same thing, the little bit of information that you and Katie have put out to creators done to Seth?
Actually, no, we don't put out false information about Seth.
I didn't say false, just information in general.
I mean, to be fair, if it's information that should be known about Seth, isn't that worth
And,
just
Why doesn't
and I
that
reporting?
will
work the
say this:
same? Why doesn't that
what?
work the same way for Chris and Katie though?
Well, if it's actual factual information, sure, put it out and call law enforcement. Go for it.
I mean, listen, you know
But
just
it's
as well
about
as I know.
Sebastian. This ain't about tit for tat of what he did in the past, what she's done in the past, what I've done in the past. Who cares? This
But
ain't about our
apparently,
characters. This is about finding Sebastian.
but I think
And if we
unfortunately
go
it has
tit
a
for
lot.
tat about, well, Seth did this, Katie said that, I did this, and blah, blah, blah. Once again, it doesn't find Sebastian.
But who put that information out there for everybody to know? If it doesn't matter, why was it ever put out there in the first place?
Well, how many times have you asked us about something about Seth and we've never told you?
Rarely.
Same concept.
Rarely.
Nope.
I mean,
Same
honestly,
concept.
listen, here's the thing. It's not about me wanting you to be bashed, Katie to be bashed, or Seth. I don't want any of the parents to be bashed. But I
Then
also,
quit
at
with
the
the
same,
crap.
no, don't tell me what to do with my channel because I'm not doing any crap. I'm simply bringing up conversation, Chris. The same conversations that I've had with you personally. I'm not talking about anything that I haven't talked to you and Katie about. So to assume that I'm coming on here and making shit up or pushing a narrative is bullshit because I'm not. And you just said yourself, everything I've said, I've spoke to you about already. So to insinuate that I'm putting out some type of narrative that is you don't know about or you don't whatever, that's not the case. My questions have come up based on the conversations that we've had, right? And at the end of the day, I will stand on this again. And I won't go into it any further out of respect. I have been very careful about speaking on Sebastian at all and why there were decisions being made because I think it is extremely important to protect a child, right? I also think that if the general public knew some of the things, they would understand why you and Katie and Seth were making the decisions you were making or attempting to make. Would you agree?
I'm not going to sit here and go over that.
I respect that.
What I will agree with is simply this. Having a conversation is one thing. Having questions is one thing. But when your chat, which, I mean, no, you're not responsible for everybody. That's completely understandable. But as one creator has even stated, sometimes the way you say something almost seems like you push something in a different direction.
I just think it's frustrating to certain people that I won't push their direction.
I don't have a direction other
I
than
didn't say
finding
you.
Sebastian and bringing him home.
I didn't say you, Chris.
That's what I have a problem with. Is why is everybody so worried about the bullshit? And that's literally what it is, bullshit. Instead of actual finding Sebastian.
Well, to be fair, Chris, without all the information is kind of hard, right?
Right, but there's no new information. I wish there was. There's nothing.
And because there's nothing, I think a lot of people are filling it with bullshit, right? They're filling the void with the gossip and the bullshit and those.
Well, now a creator's involved. I mean, so yeah,
Well,
this is the shit
yeah.
that's going on.
I think when there's a divide, somebody's going to fill the gap with something, right? And that's what we see day in and day out.
And I see a lot of comments, and I see a lot of comments about Katie, let Katie speak, and using the Texas Roadhouse video footage as an example, she was picked apart simply for looking for a waitress, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Like they picked that apart for weeks, or well, not weeks, but over a week.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of understand why she wouldn't. Anything she does, she rubs her leg, and people think something like I kind of understand where she's coming from there. Um, it's a lot. People really tear her apart, you guys.
And see, I
Well,
think
And
people, well, hold on, and let me defend something real quick. People tear all of us apart. All of us.
that's facts.
People are tearing people apart in these shows for no reason. Now they're going after a pastor.
That is
Right.
crazy. That is
Excuse
absolutely
me,
crazy.
like help me understand how going after a pastor is going to help find Sebastian. How
Well,
is bashing Seth, Katie, myself, my parents, and God forbid anybody else involved? How is it finding Sebastian?
well,
People are people in this world. And guess what? There's not one soul that is perfect. We all have our imperfections. But that's what makes this world go round. Because if it was perfect, it would be very boring.
Yeah,
And
that's
Agreed.
true.
people would not want to communicate with each other because we're all perfect. But we're not. In return, look, have some compassion. Learn to accept things. Like there's answers that we all have want and we just don't get.
Not yet, anyway.
Exactly.
Well,
And
Chris,
we want nothing more than to have them. Sebastian to be home. That's what's important here.
Yeah, but you got to understand when there's a missing child and they're like you said tearing people apart. When people feel there's inconsistencies in stories, and people are going to dissect that. That's what this sector does.
I know. And the sad part is because the whole story cannot come out
Right.
because law enforcement doesn't want things out. You know, there are people out there that want to take one thing and twist it and shove it into a direction which they don't need it to be going, but they're doing it anyways. For what reasons? It ain't my business. But it sure in the world doesn't help find Sebastian. This community, true crime, and all these creators out there, they could do, God, they could do so much more.
amazing things.
Yes,
Amazing things.
everybody
Absolutely.
can. And I've had this conversation with several people. They could do so much better. They really can.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that.
And instead of just going after each other, and I mean, I've even heard creators going after creators, for their own personal reasons. That's their choice. But when it comes to this community and finding these children, Sebastian, uh,
Did we lose you?
I think you cut out.
I
I
think
not
know.
we
I
yet.
lost.
Can you
dropped.
hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. But with all of these kids that are missing, all these creators can do
well,
so
and
much good.
a lot of us do, Chris.
Oh, I
But
know, and that's why I'm not bashing.
no, I
I'm
mean,
just saying,
I
if
know,
everybody came together, God, it could be an unstoppable force.
I
You
agree,
know,
but it's hard to do when we're told half truths and lies,
amen.
like from
Amen.
one and the other, and we don't know you. I've never spoken to you ever.
I'm sorry, who am I talking with?
That's
My
body moving.
body
Oh,
moving.
I'm so sorry. Forgive
No,
me. I
it's
didn't know.
totally okay. It's totally okay. Like you don't know me. Like it's totally fine. It's hard, and people. I'm not doing this, but people do feel the void. They fill it with nonsense.
I know, and it
Yeah,
sucks.
and
It
and
sucks that
because
we
and
can't come out and
because
say certain things either.
no, I know I can't imagine. Like I really
And I
can't.
will I will say that that is a true statement that Chris just said.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so, well, there's a lot to unpack there. So, Chief, really quick, I just want to say thank you for your father's service. It's very appreciated. And Sandy and Hey Jude took the words right out of my mouth. Um, so he talks about if the public knew we would understand why they were finding alternative housing for Sebastian. And I just can't get down with that. I said it before and I'll say it again. I just really absolutely feel like there is nothing that anybody could tell me about a 16-year-old child, a 15-year-old child, that would make me not want to find him. It doesn't matter. I don't care what he did. It's unbelievable to me that they continue to push that. And if they're so worried about it, then why don't they just come out and say it already? Because they've been doing that. They've been disparaging Sebastian. They've been dragging his name through the mud. They've been bashing him. And that's my opinion. And Katie wiping her leg, well, I'm sorry, but I was wondering about that too. I thought it was a napkin on her leg. And I was wondering why she was wiping butter on her pants. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I don't think that was picking at her. I think it was everybody wondering what she was doing. And then I realized that the napkins at Texas Roadhouse are black, and so her pants were black and or dark colored. And so, there's that. I do have compassion. I have a lot of compassion. I have compassion for Sebastian. I have compassion for Seth. I do have compassion for Chris and Katie, but I won't accept that Sebastian just poof disappeared. I'm not going to accept that, and I don't think anybody else is going to accept that either. So Chris can keep hoping that we will just accept it one day, but I don't think that's going to happen. And then Chris talks about the creators. I don't know why he's so worried about the creators, but he is so worried about us creators and saying that we can do so much better. Well, guess what, Chris? You and Katie can do so much better too. So why don't you focus on yourself? Go take a good look and long gander in the mirror and get out there and try to find your stepson. Don't just fly a drone around for a photo opportunity like a bunch of yahoos, whatever you want to call them. Tomato. And Star says I avoid most naval topics, but that's amazing, Chief. Yeah, it is. It is. I was too short to be a fighter pilot. Man, I'm too afraid of heights to be a fighter pilot. I'm very grateful for people who can do that. Absolutely, absolutely. And Star says, "At lady, my email to you was blocked." Oh, really? Dang it. All right, hold on. How weird. Hey Jude, I have no idea how to get my membership link. I'm such an amateur. It's hilarious. I'm like, I don't know how to do it. Oh, here we go. I got it, Star. I got it. All right. CP, Tower Crane Operator of Phoenix, Gallatin, Tennessee, United States, 62 connections. Okay, so June of 2003 till June of 2019, 16 years and 1 month, career counselor. Was he like a recruiter, I wonder? Like where they go to like the high schools and stuff, or like they hang out at the recruitment centers and then they recruit like people, I wonder. Heavy Equipment College of America, 2019 to 2020. Grade A, completed courses of crane operator and heavy duty. Volunteering, host USO. Huh. That's really interesting. Thank you for sending that. I'm going to send you a heart back. Really, really interesting. I don't know why my mail does that. I have like 3 accounts. And I wonder if that's why, like, when I'm not logged into the one, if I have to go back in and log to the other one. I'm not sure. So I'm sorry, but I did get it. And Hey Jude says, I would never ever put my child in another group home or institution. Me neither. I think we've done you're welcome, Chief. And I think we've gone leaps and bounds from doing that. I mean, I remember when they used to put children there, they'd say, "Oh, don't bring that child home. That child will never do this. The child will never walk." All this nonsense, bull crap that they tell these parents. And then we come to find out that all they need to do is give them a little bit of extra love and attention, and they'll do just fine. And I think Seth has that mindset, and I think that's another reason why I've always kind of saw that in him, and recognized it and appreciated that, I guess is the best way I can say. I appreciated him working with Sebastian on directions. I appreciated him teaching Sebastian the life skills that he needed, because let's face it, as parents, that's the only thing that we can do, and then we have to let our kids make their own decisions and hope that we taught them well, and especially when we're talking about people and individuals and children that have special needs. It's very difficult for the parents, because they don't know what's going to happen, right? So they have to make sure that their kids can take care of themselves, and that's one of the biggest struggles. um, and one of the things that I recognized when I was working with people with special needs is that that was a fear, and a concern for parents, is how are their kids going to be able to take care of themselves, navigate through life. Yeah, my first name's Trisha. Yeah. Smiley, yeah, ask Smiley. Recruiting, okay, yeah, possibly. See, I could see him being a recruiter, not a counselor, though. Oh, yay. Yes, I did get it. I think he maybe have helped place recruits in different positions. Okay. Oh, right. So, I mean, that, I can kind of see him doing that. Sure. Like, they come in, they probably tell him, like, what they want to, what they want to do. Because I know, a lot of times you'll get, different specialty schooling and things like that. And then you do take, like, the test, to see what your skill level is, and that sort of thing. And Chief says, I don't like heights either, but I'm okay in an airplane or helicopter. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. And Hey Jude says, special needs kids are wonderful and they need love and understanding. That is so true. That is so true and well said. It just said truncated. So I made a longer message. Oh, okay. I don't know why my email does that sometimes. I feel bad if somebody tries to email me and they get a weird message like that. Hey Jude says, Chief Blaston, I'm okay on commercial plane, but private jets make me claustrophobic. Yeah, they're really tiny, right? And Jude and Star says, hey Jude, could you imagine playing chess with Sebastian? Exactly. That's why I really like to call them differently abled, because that's what they are. They're differently abled than we are. Um, you know, I think it's amazing how their brains work. The people that are on the spectrum, it's different than how our brains work. Um, let's see. But yeah, I just feel like Chris needs to. I just think they need to step up. I think if they did, people would. I think they would be amazed with the outpouring of support they would get if they actually did the right thing by Sebastian. I think they would be completely amazed. And Hey Jude says, Star, I used to teach piano and had several autistic students, and I love them. That's wonderful. Piano, music therapy is one of the best ones out there. I think, in my personal opinion, from what I've seen. I love the piano way out of practice, though. I can't play the piano to save my life. If I was on the Goonies and I had to play that piano thing, you know how they had to play that? Oh, you guys you wouldn't want me playing the piano, that's for sure. We would need Jude. Oh, I do too. I love special kids. And there's a channel on YouTube, you guys. I put a couple of clips in my videos, but it's called Special Books by Special Kids. And if you ever want to see just resilience, caring parents who actually want their children to succeed, they care about them, they want to spread awareness about their children, and showcase their special abilities, that is a wonderful channel to go to. The guy's name is Mr. Chris, but he is nice Mr. Chris, and he and his wife Alyssa, they have been doing special books by special kids. He was a special ed teacher, and he decided to go off and interview his students and watch their progressions and things like that. But then he started interviewing people from all over the place. So he interviews adults, children, and it's just really eye-opening, and you can learn a whole lot about people with different needs and different abilities. It's very interesting. And Chief says, I've been in a helicopter next to with the door open, and to close my eyes for that. Oh, I don't blame you. I'd be having to, they'd have to punch me in the face for that. Oh my goodness. And Star says, I'm not, it's not my email. It's the Google automated system. Oh, okay. I was thinking because maybe I have because I had my original one that got spammed up, and that's associated with my Lady Freedom thing. But then I made my own Lady Freedoms account, and then I had one for like a work email. Because when I worked in hotels, I was manager, and I had to be linked up to like all of the like different Expedia and all those different things. But and Sandy says, did anybody notice CP talking about the team he wants Sebastian? About the team that wants Sebastian found. To me, he was referring to us. Yeah, so that means that he's on the team that does not want Sebastian to be found. I mean, that's the only thing that we can surmise, Sandy. I mean, come on. And he expects us, he wants us to just play dumb and listen to everything he says and take it for face value. I also thought it was weird that he was just talking about that preacher and everything. Now, I'm not going to make heads or tails of that because I'm not sure. But I do think it's weird that the preacher didn't talk about Sebastian. It's not me saying I think he had anything to do with it by any means, but it's odd that he didn't talk about Sebastian, and especially if it was the church that he went to, and he was in the youth program, and that guy likes to talk about true crime. So you would think that in your own community, um, you would showcase a kid like Sebastian in a heartbeat. Yeah, Chief Blaston, too scary for me, says, hey Jude. Next to the door, Star. Oh no, Mr. Chris. Not that one. He's a sweetheart. He is. That other Chris is so nice. Couponing says, sorry, my phone had to charge. Oh, charge my phone. No worries, no worries. And Chief Blaston, and he says, yes, it's a different ball game and a lot of praying, hope that the pilot is well trained. Oh, definitely. Definitely. And Sandy says that's because the Sox go to that church and they control all the narratives. I see. Okay. So that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So basically, yeah. Okay. Oh, and then they call us the green team. I know. I was like, well, at least we're the green team, right? We're Team Sebastian. We got our green. We got um excuse me, which sometimes I do like the lighter green because like this is my favorite. I can't really show it, but it's like the green tea, whoop, Arizona one. That's what I like to drink a lot. And so I did like a lighter green, but I always try to do the green um for Sebastian. And Sandy says, in my opinion. Hey Jude says, He's a true crime creator, and Katie said Freedom Church had a phenomenal youth program. Yes, she did. That is so true. It's easy being green. It is easy being green, especially showing support for Sebastian. Um, yeah. I mean, it's odd. It's odd that the church would not have an outpouring. Now, I know the one at Long Hollow Pike did, and I know there were several churches that had prayer vigils. Um, it's just, especially like, oh gosh, I hate to say this, but a lot of times preachers are like really very used to going out into the community. They're outgoing people. Um, and so I do think it's odd. I'm not gonna lie, I do think it's odd. Whether it has anything to do with anything is another story. But I mean, obviously, the feet and the socks have been very quiet about anything, and the only time they ever come out and say anything really is to defend themselves or to make light of Sebastian's autism, saying that it depends on how many squirrels are in the room. I'm the same way. I don't like to be distracted either. I don't like when a whole bunch of things are going on. What I can't really stand either is like when two things are going on, like the TV's going here and this going here over here. It's too much for me. And I'm not autistic. It's just too much for me. I don't like it. It's like one thing or another. That's just it's how I am. But and green hearts for Sebastian. I'm green, da ba dee da ba die. And Hey Jude's star. You guys are awesome. Couponing says, Chief, I recently learned of a group called Sons of Veterans. Oh, I've heard of that. Yes, I've heard of that, couponing. All right, guys, so we have one more clip, and I'm going to play it for you right now.
Once again, this isn't, I want to be very clear about my reasoning for this live tonight, okay? It wasn't to bash anybody. I'm absolutely glad, Chris, that you came up here and spoke, right? I'm not mad at you. I don't have any hostility towards you, okay?
No,
I'm
I respect
absolutely,
you. I mean, for the record, we do respect each other.
for
So,
sure,
you know,
for sure we do. And we've always had that. Oh, and to be honest with you, the people in the chat are going to say and do what they're going to do. I think
I know,
ultimately
and it,
the issue,
and it's really sad.
it is, but ultimately the issue is that, you say something that really gets under me sometimes, Chris, and that's that you say, well, it's our personal life. We don't want to talk about it, but y'all came to social media asking for social media's help. You know what I mean? And with that,
Asking
there are
for help is
questions.
one thing, but
Yeah,
being
but
torn
that's
apart is
different,
another.
bro.
Well, hold on. Let me
That's
finish.
different. They
Hold
came to
on.
social media to ask for help looking for their son, not
Not to solve a
not
case.
Right.
CPS reports.
That's
And I mean, come on.
And
You
and
Can I
and,
can
finish?
and last time I
If I
checked,
can finish.
there's not one show where we came onto a show or myself came onto a show and turned it into a bash session. I didn't do that. Not gonna
No, you're
do it.
right.
And quite frankly, I'm pretty confident when I say this. It's team. Let's find Sebastian. Let's bring him home. I don't care about the BS. I don't. But bringing our kid home is the most important thing to all three parents. Once again, all three of us.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Is there any way, and I understand that the answer is no. Is there any way that there can be a work together between the parents anymore? Is that so far gone that it can't happen?
I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to cut that off because quite honestly, if that's what it takes to bring Sebastian home, then that's what we need to do. But
Absolutely.
but I'm pretty sure there would have to be some sort of an agreement between the three parents.
So what can we do, or is there anything we can do as a community to help with that happening?
Yes, and it's not going to happen. And I respect the fact that you asked it. The bashing has to stop.
So
Period.
you think that if the bashing stops both against you and Katie and against Seth, that there would
Against
be a possible
everyone.
right. Well,
Everyone.
my point is, if that were to occur, are you saying that you would be willing to sit down with you, Katie, Seth, and talk things out?
We'd have it would be tough. Don't get me wrong.
It could be mediated though. I mean,
I would
right?
say a
Like,
mediation could be
yeah,
involved.
I think that would
But
be really
Beautiful.
beneficial. I really do.
That's a
yeah,
beautiful statement. That is a beautiful fucking statement, and I hope there's some thought put into that.
I mean,
You
I'm
know,
like I said, I told Seth the day at that school, when everybody thought I was going to do a nasty little argument, it never happened. It was a very calm, respected talk between us two. Do I think there is a way that things can change and work? Sure, but there has to be a lot of change to be done. Has to
I
be.
would I would agree with you on that. But I'm glad to hear that you're not closed off to that, because I think 10 months into this, I mean, what's been occurring isn't working. Would you agree?
Yeah, but you have to admit truth. Actions, like words. In my opinion, Chris has already proved that working with Seth was not off the table a long effing time ago. Seth
Well, I
is the
guess.
one who reneged on that.
Well, hold
Period.
on. Here's my
I
point.
won't defend that. I'm sorry. Like
Right, but here's
that's
my point to
bullshit.
what I'm saying is that now it's being said on a platform that if y'all stop with the bashing, then they could possibly sit down and talk. And
So
if
why
you
do we
care,
have to
hold
be
on,
involved?
if
I
you
mean, that
care
is
about
stupid.
Right.
Sebastian,
Fuck that. Seth is
That's
grown,
stupid.
bro.
To
That's
say
a
that
Now,
grown
only
ass
now,
YouTube
man.
needs to
can I
stop bashing
finish?
for these three adults to put their egos aside and work, don't put that shit on us.
well, hold on, hold
Go
on.
do what you
Can
have to do for
Right. Like
Sebastian. Don't put it
can
on
nah.
us.
may
That's
I
crazy.
please say something real quick? So I hear what Granny is saying, and I've heard a lot of what the other creators and actually quite all the creators have said, done, whatever, and each other have put quite a bit of each other through, to be honest with you. You know, no, I would not say that the three of us working together should have anything to do with YouTube creators on their own channels doing their own thing. We don't have any grounds to control that. We are not parents of creators. Never going to be, not going to try to be one. That's not an option because everybody's an adult and everybody was responsible for what they choose to do.
Right. And it's just not realistic, is really what I was saying. Like, it's not
No, it's
realistic.
not. I
And
mean,
there
don't get me
has to be
wrong.
a realistic
The
goal.
stuff that has happened, you know, court documents, which, I'm still so lost a lot on, but all of this stuff that's flying out there, like, okay, that for me, Katie, and Seth, the only thing I can personally ask is if the bashing would just please stop. For Christ's sakes, just stop. Stop bringing people into things that have nothing to do with anything. It just doesn't make any sense. But with creators, they choose what they want to do. That's their shows. That's for some of them, that's their livelihood.
Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, unfortunately is like it's unfortunate that like a child being missing is part of how someone, and it's not just children, it's true crime within itself is very interesting.
Yes,
And
yes.
there's a fine line, you know what I mean? There's a real fine line, and that's not the point of conversation. And let me say something, and without getting interrupted, please, by everybody. I am very aware that my point of view on this situation is not the popular one on quote this side. right? And y'all can have an issue with what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, I'm always going to try to make conversation happen, right? And conversation has to happen in order for people to talk, right? And so you don't have to like what I'm saying. You don't have to like my point of view. I really could give a shit less. But conversation is how you get things settled. When me and Chris have had an issue, what have we done? Chris, we've
We
gotten
always
on the
talk.
phone and talked, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. For example, Clue. When you and I've had an issue, what do? We get on the phone, we talk, right?
We fucking scream, but sure, if
All
it's
right.
talking to you.
Right. Then we'll do that. Now, let me just ask you this, Chris, while everybody's trying to beat my head over here, which is fine. The last time you and I had a phone conversation and we talked about, I felt like it was time that some people started talking a little bit.
Right.
And we had talked about it quite a bit. And I said to you, I said, well, it's going to come a time and point that I'm going to speak on my feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you think I have been disrespectful with the way that I've spoke about my feelings?
No, nobody has the right to determine how you feel. That is your choice. That is you. That's what makes you truth as the person. That
Right.
that anybody that tries to control somebody's mind, feelings, other than your personal loved ones, because but whatever.
That's different.
Yeah, exactly. But other than but outside of that purview, you can't control people's thoughts. You can't control their feelings. And I'm not asking to control anybody. I'm asking just a simple thing. Stop bashing. That's it.
And
I've
you've been
been
asking
asking
for
for
that
this
for a
for
while.
a long time. Long time.
Okay, guys. So, I found it really odd that Chris, after all that, said that it's okay to control your loved ones. Like, that was weird to me. Like, to I don't think another person should ever control another person. And I really want to say really quick to Gracie, thank you so much for your service, and couponing, thank you so much for your service. And thank you guys for thanking everybody too. That's really awesome. Um, so yeah, I thought that was really weird. And then he's like, well, you know what I mean. And it's like, not really, because I don't want to control other people. And it's not okay to control your loved ones or anybody else. Everybody has a right to think and feel the way they want. Um, Now, if it's a child, you do have some level of, you want to teach them and show them the right way to be and not everything like that. But it has nothing to do with control. There's no control in loving, that no part of love equals control. I think that is something that, again, in domestic violence situations, you will see this control or jealousy that's mistaken for love, and that is not love. It's not. And there's a mutual respect between CP and Truth, but he's the one that's been acting crazy. And I think that for Chris, it's a normal behavior for him, and everybody else is perceiving it as really crazy, erratic behavior. But then he doesn't see anything wrong with it, right? It seems like he's thinks that he's just fine and dandy the way that he acts. But it's not normal behavior for most people. Most people recognize it and they feel triggered. They Some people don't like you listening to him, that sort of thing. And so they might cringe and things like that. Um, Chris's main message again is stop bashing us. So that's what we left off with, was stop bashing us. And he's been saying that since Duchess for the Missing, since he went on Duchess for the Missing, saying that, all we want people not to bash us, don't bash us. Then he went on the second interview that they had in their house when he was wearing like the mint colored shirt, and Katie was wearing a striped like a sweater. Um, and don't bash us. We're sick and tired of being bashed. It's just one thing after another after another. with the bashing and everything. Well, stop acting so crazy, and people probably won't be doing that to you. If you did the right thing, you would be amazed at the level of compassion and care and um, people that would be sticking up for you. People that never stuck up for you before would be sticking up for you. So I think that's my biggest takeaway for Mr. Chris, is for him to just take a look in the mirror, just stand there, take a good gander, and then you might see what's going on. But if you don't do that and you just continue to blame everybody else for your problems, it's never going to help. So um, at some point he's going to have to take some personal responsibility and start doing the right thing, and people will follow suit, and they'll praise him until the cows come home. But until then, people are going to call him out. And even the guy that has mutual respect, that's talked to him over the phone, uh, says the same thing. He came out specifically to talk about that. And I think that's a great thing. Chief says, coupon you can look up job excuse me, coupon you can look up rank job titles when they served, but most of their missions of deployment are classified. However, you can see who they have escorted, such as political figures of importance. Oh, that's really interesting, Chief. Thank you. Star says my blind arse used the wrong flag. That's hilarious. I know, right? I didn't notice. I didn't notice either. Star, that's hilarious. Which flag did you put up? Now I'm curious. Gracie says, thank you for your service couponing, and I wish I would have joined the Air Force. I joined the Army for the benefits via college. Cool. That's awesome, Gracie. That's a great thing. And traveling too. Like I heard if you really want to travel, you're welcome. You're welcome. If you really want to travel, the Navy is a good one because they go all over the place. I have a lot of family in the Navy, or my grandpa, my uncle, and then a cousin. And Star says, hey, Jude. Absolutely my pleasure. Gracie, thank you. Thank you. You guys are amazing. And hey, Jude. Oh, here, hold on. I got this one. Geez, Special Forces, Navy SEALs have their record sealed. Yeah, they do. They do. That is true. Hey, Jude says, I feel bad in a way being disrespectful to C or K because they are veterans, but their behavior isn't okay with me. Absolutely. Hey, Jude. And that's another thing that I've said too in the past. It's like, I do not like, ever like being disrespectful because I am grateful, and of all branches too, like that's where my family mainly served, was in the Navy. And so to just think about having, any type of suspicion surrounding is, it does make me feel really bad. But then at the end of the day, I'm like, I just wish they would do the right thing. What happened to No Man Left Behind? What happened to, these tough people that we see? We know you guys are strong. You're stronger than all of us civilians. You made it through boot camp. You made it through all of that specialized training. You made it through wars. I mean, been through different countries where they have completely different customs and different things like that. So it's just amazing to me that they're acting like two spoiled like babies instead of getting their butts on out there and looking. I have a tremendous respect for most veterans. Absolutely, absolutely. But then again, when we think about it, we're all just humans. So I mean, we all have our faults. We all have our things. But yeah, I don't particularly like having to talk bad about one of our armed service members. Absolutely. Because most of the time, like, it's thank you for your service. You show your appreciation, right? But in this case, it's very difficult. Star says, I have no problem. Bad people have honorable jobs, but not always for the right reasons. That is very true. That is very true. Yes. But my issue is personal anyway. Yeah, mine too. I had to testify in naval court on Treasure Island when I was 13. So, oh, wow. Wow, Star, I'm sorry. That had to been not a good situation to have to be in. She has no freaking clue what the flag is. I didn't even see it. I just, assumed. So, but yeah, guys, I mean, that's really all I have for you tonight because it was just so much information. I think my biggest thing, I'm still stuck on the truck, right? I'm stuck on the truck. I'm stuck on the truck. And I'm stuck on Chris telling everybody that they better bet their sweet asses. No, I'm just kidding. Not as important as the truck. Cause yeah, like out of all of my notes that I'm looking at here, that is the most interesting. Is the geo tracking, the geofencing rather. So we'll probably revisit that one. And then I'm going to get together the remainder of these clips. Hopefully, he was on there for like 2 hours, guys. I don't know if you guys watched the whole thing. He was on there for 2 hours, just babbling on about people bashing him and Katie. I don't know if Katie pops on. I haven't gotten that far yet. The Malaysian flag. Holler out to Malaysia if we have any Malaysians in the house. Let's get with it. Show yourselves. Come out of them bushes. Star says, "Hey Jude, I thought maybe that, but didn't want to be wrong." That's hilarious. You guys are so hilarious. I love it. Oh my goodness. So yeah, so we'll hear more Whamburger and French Cries tomorrow. From the foot, straight from the foot, step foot. And another thing that I don't like at all, and I hope it's not brought up again, I haven't checked though, I wish they would quit with the whole Sebastian did something that would make us not want to search for him anymore and all of this other stuff. Yay, thank you, Gracie. And you know what I mean? It's just like, Google it, y'all. Hate you. Google it, y'all. That was hilarious. Okay, so when I Googled the spaghetti pancakes, one recipe was actual spaghetti noodles, and then you take like the pancake batter and you mix, like once it's all mixed up, then you put it over the noodles and then you put Parmesan cheese on it and eat it, which I was like, woof, because I don't like batter stuff. Like, I don't know, I'm weird like that. I know a lot of people like cake batter, like they like to eat the cake batter and stuff. Ooh, I can't eat. I don't like cake batter. I don't like cake very much unless it's like cheesecake or like tiramisu or something like that. But yeah, I'm a weird person like with cakes and stuff. But then the other spaghetti pancakes that I Googled looked really good. It was more or less like, you know how you can get the squirt bottles and you can make like different shapes and stuff. Well, they were doing that, but you make them really thin. And then, you flip them over, whatnot. And then you put powdered sugar on them. So it was kind of almost like a funnel cake, which I was like, no, that's up my alley. But yeah, the other one, I was like, and I felt bad because I think I said in one of my videos, like, that sounds really disgusting, which it does to me, pancake batter on noodles. But and Star says, perfect timing because I have to pick my son up from work. Oh, that's awesome that you go pick him up. But it's been such a great catch another Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative live. Thank you. Oh, you said wonderful live. Oh, oh, thank you. Nice to meet you, Chief. We're glad to have Chief in the house. We need a guy to tell us when Chris is saying weird stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, would you say that to your buddy? Because I wouldn't know. Stop bashing the child. Yes, Gracie. That is my biggest thing. Like, I get so mad. If you guys can't tell, I get like, ugh, to where it's like an unhealthy mad, like where I'm like, where does he live and where can I find? I'm just playing. But it's just like, don't do that to him. Much love to you, Star. Yes, here's hoping Sebastian is found for Christmas. Amen. Amen. You guys are awesome. And then we got green stars for, green hearts for Sebastian. Star Lambert. Yeah, drive safe. Drive safe. Yes, we like Chief. FYI, I'm single, ladies. Chief, I'm sorry. Me and Chief, at first I misread his text. Chief's a good new addition. Heck yeah, he is. And good night, everyone. Have a great Sunday. Good night. Good night, Gracie. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it. Um, I don't know what time I'll go live tomorrow. It's better if I go like at night, so sometime mostly like around 9 or 9:30 is what I've been shooting for. But I do want to get through that because I would really like Chris's interview because I would really like to get back to the flashlight video and possibly talk more about the truck. But there may be some other little nuggets that we missed, or excuse me, that we haven't seen yet. We didn't miss it because we haven't watched it yet. But I'm very much looking forward to that. We almost kicked the poor chief out. Poor guy. I mean, that's what happens. Us ladies can be a little crazy sometimes. I'm glad he put up with us. I'm just teasing. If Gracie says if anyone has a pet, I'm making a video of pets for subs. Only pets will be in the video. Please send me the pics to the graciesgavel@gmail.com. Yes, yes. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. I love that idea. I love it. I love it. Good night, Gracie. Good night. You have to come over to Terry Lynn's live, Chief. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, sometimes I do have I mean, well, I haven't had call-ins particularly, but I would like to do a call-in every now and then. I think that would be fun if we did like, like a call-in Monday or a call-in Friday show. I'm just like a little bit leery because I do watch Dolly and sometimes like people will call in and they sound like they're like slosh, but it's funny. I just don't want to laugh because I giggle and stuff and I laugh. I don't want people to think I'm laughing at them. But I would if somebody called in slosh to the show, then I wouldn't have any choice. So Gracie, you're gonna have like a pet alligator. I'm gonna go take a picture of an alligator and send it. Be like, this is my pet. Lady Freedom's pet. I got a pet gator. But yeah, Laura's dog was so cute. Oh my god, she had him all dressed up and so cute looking. I was like, oh, how adorable. Okay, yeah, and hey GH, she says. But yeah, guys, I think we will do that tomorrow. We'll try to get through that, and then hopefully I can come up with something um, on the flashlight video. I want to let Clue and Cletus say their piece and what they came up with since they took the time to do the reenactment. And then I want to go into the mob crew because he did a really awesome job. And then I also have some research that Freebird did. And she's an amazing researcher, guys. I have to put that out there. She is an amazing researcher. And we found some similarities. And so well, she found them, and then I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah, I can totally see this. So we wanted to kind of break that down a little bit. And I might see if she wants to come up and help me because she found it, which I thought was really, really cool. So, and I'm always open to people coming up on panel, um, right along with Django, right? Yes, yes. He's a little ham. He's so funny. He won't go to bed without me. He's across, sitting on the couch. Um, I had to put like a sheet down for him, but I put it he's got his little pillows. He loves putting his head on a pillow. It's so hilarious. Like He just loves it. So I put like a pillow out there for him because I have the throw pillows and stuff. But he's hilarious. He's just so funny. Yes, Freebird. She went to sleep. She goes to sleep early, which, well, sometimes I know. I just love her. She's awesome. Oh, hey, Pink Sapphire. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, thank you, couponing. Same to you. Much love to you too. Yes, Miss Pink Sapphire is in the house. I know we were just wrapping everything up, but I'm gonna do a part 3 tomorrow where we're gonna go over more of Chris's interview. If you guys can stomach it, we'll have to, you know, figure out a way to get through it. But I mean, hopefully he says something, some things in there that we can catch. Um, I know like Justin's really good at breaking down the interviews and stuff like that. I have not really saw a lot. I was giggling too much when Dolly broke it down to really get too much out of it. Just because I think he's so funny, and he's always a character when it comes to that sort of thing. And so I was like laughing at his video. Because he was calling out like a lot of the BS that they were talking about. So I thought that was pretty funny. But I mean, really, tonight I didn't find anything that really stuck out to me except for that I'm really interested, and maybe I can do some more research and we can start to show out with like geofencing, how many cases has it helped, things like that. That really interests me. Um, excuse me. Oh, that cough is just lingering. And it's like a dry cough too. It's like a tickle in the back of my throat. It's a pain, but at least I'm not like really, really like nasally or anything like that. I mean, I'm still a little bit, but um, it's just around that time of year. And then I know I need some DoorDash too. It's like so late, but I'm like ready to. I don't know. I get wired after my lives. Like I would think I would be tired, but now I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do next? So I'll probably just kind of listen to the interview again. I like to listen to it once and then I like to edit it out. Just because I like listening to it and just hearing what people have to say first thing. I know. I know, Gracie. It's like it's bad because I need a new body too, Margaret. I do too. I thought it was like I thought it was like swimmer's ear because like it started and my throat was hurting, then my ears were being like weird, but I was like swimming and stuff without earplugs in. And oh, Pink Sapphire, I know how that feels. I see, that's why I'm always good at nighttime, is because I always worked a graveyard shift, or I have many times. Um, but yeah, and then it started like the whole like nose, and then my head was all clogged the one day, and I was like, oh, I don't feel great. Um, but it's gotten better. It's just that dry cough now, and I have the cough drops. I keep on taking the cough drops. Um, so it's just like one of those like drier coughs, but then every now and then I'll get like a good cough going, which I really need to just get all that stuff out. But I don't know. I should probably take some Mucinex or something. I just hate taking cough syrup because sometimes it makes me too groggy. But Margaret, you crack me up. You so crack me up. That's funny. I need a whole new body too. We're gonna figure out how to find one. When I find one, I'll call you and give you the number. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Yeah, their viral bug going around, right? Yeah. Everybody's been saying that. I know you got it. I think Justin was sick the one time. Um, the elevated truth was saying he was getting over it. I think he was drinking tea because he had his big mug. I can see him drinking either coffee or tea out of it. Um, but Gracie says, I'm not going to get any alerts at all. I just found out that Terry Lynn was on 90 Day last night, but the live is down due to copyright from Universal. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that Terry Lynn was on there. Oh, you had COVID a couple weeks ago, Sandy? Oh my. Oh my. You know, guys, I've never gotten COVID, I don't think. So I hope that's not what I had. But I mean, I think I would have been way more sick though. Because I didn't really feel very bad. It was just the one day when I was all like, my head was all like clogged up. You know how you can't really like focus or think because your head just feels cloudy. I only had like one day of that, but it's just the cough and the, like you could tell, like sniffly, but, um, it wasn't that bad. It could have been worse. It could have been way worse. I will. I know. I'm like that too, Margaret. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. That's like that movie, Death Becomes Her, with Goldie Hawn and Meryl Streep, and then they just keep on spray painting themselves and all that stuff because they want to stay young forever, but then they start falling apart. That's kind of how I feel too. The only thing that bothers me about Dolly is when he calls it Joe dirting him. Oh, yeah. I know. I've said the same thing, though, and I don't even know. I didn't get that. I think it was somebody called into his show, but I never heard him say it before, but that's how I felt. They did him dirty like that. Like they just left him and they didn't care and they didn't come looking for him. And I mean, I can kind of see that connection, but I know that is hurtful. I understand where you're coming from. I do, Chief. I do. She was on there tonight also, Grace. I went and ended it like 20 minutes later. Oh, okay. I don't know. Gracie, you're probably gonna have to explain that to me. I'll go watch. I'll go watch Terry. Is that like a channel name? I guess I'm not familiar. You've had the Rona 3 times? Oh my goodness. My daughter was that way. She was like fully vaccinated. Excuse me. She was fully vaccinated to the gills. And she was starting college that year. And so they made them get like all of it. And excuse me. And oh my gosh, she got it like 4 times. Like within a couple months, she's like, I got corona again. I'm like, what? I was like, how do you get corona when you've been vaccinated to the gills? Yeah, see, I know. I don't know these things. I got to figure this out. I got to figure this out. I was in the middle of fixing a machine and couldn't chat in the chat. Yeah, what is 90 Day, guys? I don't know what 90 Day is. Love that movie. Margaret says, not the show. 90 Days on Blast. I don't know what that is, guys. Not the show. Not that show. 90 Day Fiance. Terry Lynn's on 90. No, I'm just teasing. Oh, God. Please don't clip that. She'll kill me. Don't be telling people I'm on 90 Day Fiance. Oh, Brooke. Jude Brooke appreciates it. It's Brooke. Brooke 29. You guys are speaking. I need you to speak English over here. I have no idea. 29. 29. It's a channel named 90 Days on Blast. Okay. I subbed. 90 days. Oh, goodness sakes, guys. 90 Days on Blast. Okay, hold on. 90 Days on Blast. Oh. Hmm. Oh, I found it. Okay. Oh, there is Terry Lynn right there. How am I already subscribed? That is weird. Okay. Well, I guess I was already subscribed. I don't remember subscribing to this person. I'm very confused. I'm super duper confused. In the 90-day community, when 90 Day Fiance first started, it's all drama. It's a own soap opera. I'm gonna watch the replay. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go over there and check it out. I have membership. I have a membership on 90 Days, and I wasn't even a subscriber. Margaret, like seriously, I don't understand. She must have like some magical thing that subscribes people for her, or for them. Because I have no idea how I managed to do that. I look, I'm like, I've never heard of that person until you might be on Terry Lynn's channel. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe so. I see. She did the replay. Okay. Members only videos. Okay, yeah. I just added my subscription for Terry yesterday. I was like, I can't lose it. Okay. Videos live. All right. Thuggish Ruggish JJ needs to sit down. Needs to sit TF down. Oh my goodness. That is too funny. You might. Yeah, see, probably because she shared her channel on Terry's channel before. Okay. I see. The first time he said it was right after he had Seth call in and said it. And I haven't seen Seth in the chats. Oh, I see. I don't think he was talking about Seth though. I think he was talking about Chris and Katie. Because like in the movie, um, whenever the mom was like, "Oh, I don't know," and she'd pretend like she's crying, she looks over at the news people and then she's like, "Oh," and like starts crying again. That's kind of where I could definitely see. But yeah, I don't think I really don't think he was talking about Seth Chief. I think he was talking about the feet, the Foot Clan. Yeah, I'm gonna go watch it for sure, Margaret. I am too. 29 is a joke because we caught a creator lying about her age and saying on an interview that she was 29. I said I turned 40 again this year. I keep turning 40 every single year when people ask me 40, 40 again. We're all 29 forever. Exactly, Pink. I've known Pink for many, many years. Aw, Gracie. I'm 28. Oh, Gracie, you young. That's forever. That's so awesome. You guys are hilarious. All right, well, let's go over there and check out Terry Lynn. We got to go search her down. She better, you know what? If Terry goes live tomorrow, you know how I am. I won't go live when she's live. So, because I'll be in there modding for her or whatever and being in there with all the lot lizards. So, kidding, I wish. Same here. Wouldn't it be nice? So, 20, 29, 28, 25. Yeah. Yeah. So, well, let's get over there and see what Terry Lynn's been up to. I'm glad. I was worried because I know that all this crap coming out, and I know that it stresses her out. And Margaret, me too. Um, and I did not want that for her. She does not deserve that. Yeah, she deserves better than that. So, but I do think that, and you know, hopefully behind the scenes she was thanked. Um, because I know her and Seth know each other. I mean, obviously she searched with him and all that good stuff. Yeah, exactly, exactly. We love her. We love her. Be nice to go back with the knowledge I have now. Oh, for sure, Gracie, for sure. Oh, yes, 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 yes. All right, guys. Well, I will see you tomorrow, if not Monday, but I will be working on listening to this interview too and getting it cut up so we can watch it together. I only mod for Terry because she pays us mods really, really well. Exactly. I don't mod for anybody else either, just Terry. She's my only one that I mod for. I'm gonna get off for you guys. Love all ya. Oh, love you too, Sandy. You're so awesome. I'm so glad to have you. And yeah, no, that's the only person that I'm at. I don't really go into people's chats. I don't chat a lot in the chats. Like I chatted in Justin's last night. I caught his at the end of the not last night, the night before. And because everybody's just, good people in there, and I know from around. Smiley's another one. But other than that, I don't really chat a whole lot in other people's chats. It's mostly Cherry Lynn. She is late in our Christmas bonus pink. That's funny. You guys will get a better bonus than me because I'm a newer mod. I'm only in the first year, so yes, Margaret, you are so sweet too. All right, ladies. Thank you, Ed Chief, and I will talk to you guys soon. Bye. And say prayers for Sebastian, and then don't forget, if you can do it, 10 flyers. We'll post those around wherever we live and spread awareness out. I think that would be cool to send them over to Seth. I don't know if he has got an email that he probably doesn't want people to get it, but that would be cool to send, a picture of somebody posting a flyer, and, from all over, people posting flyers, and just like send him a picture of yourself posting a flyer. I think that'd be cool. I think he'd really appreciate it, but I don't know how to do that or go about doing that. I'm sure there's a way. And Chief says no, he referred to Katie and as Joe Dirting. And one of the first interviews with Tony, they commented on a certain creator making rude. Oh, okay. Well, because I remember when he went on Dolly and did an interview. So I wonder about that. We got to do some online credit card shopping with a credit card. Oh no. Go on a shopping spree on Terry Lynn. Yeah, Chief, I don't know. I think maybe he was just trying to make like an analogy with Katie, but then again, I know that Seth didn't like. I don't think Seth liked the bashing and everything. I really don't. I don't think that. Yeah, I just. I think that Seth really cares and did care about Katie a lot, and I don't think he liked anybody talking bad about her. Um, until, and I think I shouldn't say until. I think he still doesn't. I just think that he's starting to kind of see that maybe there's more to her and her involvement. Um, so yeah. But either way, guys, you all have a great you all have a great night, and I will talk to you all very, very soon. Oh, your last comment? Last comment. Um my first time. The first time he said it was right after he had Seth call in. Oh, okay, right after he called. I remember when he called in because I watched that interview. I think I watched it on the replay though. I don't think I watched it because I didn't start following Dolly until um he did. Well, I probably shouldn't say it. It was probably like 4 months. It was around when Tony Mathis came into the case is when and I don't want to go back in time from that time period, but um these kiddos around here stay up really, really late. I can hear kids outside, and it's 3 in the morning. It was then, trust me. Oh, okay. I see. So it must have been okay. Was it Did it have anything to do with that 1202 debauchery? I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to bring it up. But I was wondering if it was something to do with that. Pink and I used to tear these streets up. Crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are so funny. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, you could always email me, Chief, and just let me know too, because that's interesting. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't followed Dolly for a real long time. I do like to watch like him and PJ when they do their like little lives together, but then also um like the I mean he does have like, some good lives on like the what is it? The drones and stuff, which I thought was interesting. Those drones that are going flying all around. All right, you guys. Well, you guys all have a good night, and I will talk to you tomorrow. I will talk to you tomorrow.